Hey there, welcome back. So let's get started building this future search application. First, we'll get started building backend part of it. So kind of setting up the Express server, at the same time WebSocket server to listen on to the messages that we receive from the front-end application, at the same time event emitters from the backend to the front end, the messages that we receive. So quickly I'm just going to create in here the the folder. So let me just name this as something like future search, the name of our application. I'm just going to create in here this is the directory. So let's just navigate to this directory. Okay, and here we'll just initialize this the Express project. Okay, so I'm just going to name this something. For now I'm just going to say this as future search backend. Okay, and remaining I'm just going to leave this as empty. Okay, so later will come, we can just modify that. So let me just, yes. Okay, so now this I'm just going to open this in the editor. So I'm just opening this in editor, and this is the just the file that we created. So now what I'm going to do is first let me just maximize this one, and so in here we will start creating this a source folder where I'm just going to create an just the starter file of our application, that is the Express server, and I just wanted to open this terminal so that I can just install the dependencies that are needed for our application. So in here first what we need to do is now let's just wait for it to yes. So in here first let's install this Express. Okay, so the main dependencies in our the Express backend. So here we will just wait for it to install. So post this installations we need to have the types dependencies dev dependencies for our Express, at the same time for Node. So I'm just going to install the same. So the types for the Express, then the types for Node, and then the TS node. Okay, so these are the dev dependencies initially. So as we keep building the application, whatever is needed we'll install and then use that. So let's just wait for it to install. So once this is installed, so first let's just try to and also we'll make changes in the package.json, so we doesn't have to worry much about that. Later I'll just come back and if we can add the scripts command and everything. So first what I wanted to do is in the app.ts we will just try to have simple health check endpoint, just to make sure the service that we wanted to, the server that we wanted to build is up and running. Okay, so I can just import this Express from the Express module which we installed. Okay, so this is the Express instance. Okay, so I have this. Now what I'm going to do, so let's just quickly test this with just the get endpoint / API, and in here I'm just going to add in here the request, nothing, so and the response, and here I'm just going to just give the status as 200, and JSON I'm just going to give the status as okay, just to test for our purposes. Okay, fine. And here what I'm going to do, so we need to check this now. So what I will do is let me just test this. Well, even to test this, first we need to have a the HTTP server. So first let's just create that server. So I'm just going to create this server from this HTTP module. So I can just import this from this HTTP. Okay, so here we are just going to call this create server function and pass on our express instance. Okay, so here I'm just going to listen on the port for now, let's say 3001. Okay, and here let's just console that the server has started on this port, and so just to get the confirmation for us. Okay, so I'm just going to say something like API server started on port. We can for now I'm just hard coding this value. Later we'll move on this value to the environment variable. So this is the thing, and also we need to add some script commands in order to start this application. For that I'm just going to add in the start command or for dev. So let's just for start what we can do is this node, and if we have any environment file we can just pass in this way. That is, I'm just showcasing you one way. We can even do this with the .environment dependency, which we will eventually move to that. If we wanted to refer the environment variables, this is how we need to create this .env file, and then for example in our case it was a port number. We can just keep that, and then while we are starting this, the values from that environment will be loaded into our application, and from there it will refer that value. Now here, and this is how it is going to be once we build this. So for building, this is how we just build this TypeScript compiler. Okay, and for development we'll use the Node.man server, where we can just see the changes immediately. So even the same thing. So here the starter is this app.ts file, and if we want we can just go with the format script and all those things. For now I'm just going to start on this in the dev mode. So let's just start this. So there is an error. Okay, yeah, the error is, I will just remove this and let me just rerun this again. Okay, that's because I don't have this environment file, so I'm just going to create quickly this environment file. Okay, so now let's just run this again. Okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to remove this for now, this environment reference. Let's just run this again. It has crashed again. Okay, this is already in use is what I'm receiving. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say something 3002. Okay, so okay, and also I'm just going to change this. So you can see now the server is started on this port 3002, so we can test that. So for testing, what I'm going to do, so since this is the simple health check thing, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just check on this 3000 port. Okay, and it was just the API, so here we should receive status okay. So the server is up and it's healthy. So now we can just go ahead and start developing. Okay, so we have this basic thing. The next thing what I wanted to do is anyways, I'm just going to first minimize this, and I'll just show you. Let me move this to the left part, and this I'm just going to, so here let me maximize. So first I wanted to have this web search service. So for web search service, I'll be using this search xng. Okay, so we will I'll talk about this. So basically this is a free internet meta search engine which aggregates results from multiple search services, and we can just talk to whatever search engine we have, be it Bing, Google, other engines that we have present. So there is a clearly instructions how do we use this. There is a Docker image that we can leverage in order to use as part of our application. I'm going to show you how to we use this and what settings or configuration is needed in order to get started with. So to get started with, these are the settings that we can configure for our Docker image. There are a lot of configuration that we can make of filtering categories, like let's say images, videos, and other things, and what search so you can see here, these are the categories as tabs, and what search algorithm to use, which engine to use, and everything we can configure as part of the settings YAML. And for to just get started with, I'm just going to use this Docker image, and then we will eventually use this in our backend application in order to pass on the query that user is going to ask to this service and get the results, and then showcase to the user, emit to the user to our client application. For that, I'm going to create a new Docker file for this search xng. So let me create in here this xng.docker file. So in here we can do so we just need to import this. So this is how, so you just know how to write the Docker file. So from this base image, which is the search xng/xng. Okay, so this is going to be base image, and also we need to copy this settings YAML to this container, so that you can just directly copy the whole bunch of things. For now, you can just keep this as a default values. Later, whenever we need to tweak some things in this configuration file, we'll come back to this and change here. Okay, so for now I'm just going to take everything present in this file. So you can just copy the whole thing. You can see the location in their official representation of the GitHub, where they have all the settings and clearly explain what each so I'm just going to copy this whole thing, and here I'm just going to create a new file. So let's just create a new file called search xng-settings.yaml, and I'm just going to paste everything whatever was present in this settings file. Okay, so now here in this Docker file, what we need to do is we just need to copy whatever we have in this settings to the particular location in this container. So here I'm just going to copy this search xng settings.yaml to this particular, I'm just going to move this to edc this search xng and settings.yaml file. So this is the Docker file for us to use the search xng service. Okay, So once we have this, we will use this inside our backend application. So even to start for the backend, even I'm just going to do one thing. As of now, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to build the Docker file for backend as well. Let's just name this as backend.docker file. So here I'm just going to use the node Alpine as the base image. Okay, and here we will pass in here the argument, which is nothing but our API URL, which we will host as part of our Docker image, and that endpoint we are supposed to provide as an argument to this image so that we can use that service inside our backend application. So here I'm just going to name this something like search xng API URL, and here we are going to set that. So whatever we receive as part of this, okay, and let's just create here work directory. So I'm just going to make in here this work directory as home/future search, and we can just copy. As of now we don't have much in our source folder, but I'm just going to copy all present in the source folder to this particular source folder that we have set as work directory. And also you can just we need to, since this is it, we are using TypeScript, so it's better if we config the TypeScript config in order to avoid any compiler issues and formatting issues and all. So I'm just going to create in here tsconfig file. So this is going to be pretty standard, so you can just look for standard TypeScript configuration for our Express application. So that's what I'm just going to use here as well. So I'll just share that in the description, you can just take that. Okay, so I'm just going to use here the simple TS configuration. So this is what I'm just referring to. So just a library and module is going to be of common JS, and the target is this. Now directory, once we are building this, this is where it will be having the build files, and then what to include the source folder, and also excluding this node modules and other test files that we are going to write. This is a simple TS config thing, and that we will be copying to our backend Docker file. Same thing, I'm just going to do the same. Let's just finish this, so we can do just copy this ts config which we just added here to this location, and also if we have any environment variables we can do that as well. So we will add that eventually, the providers API keys and other configuration, we will configure that, and that will be copied on to this location. And I'm just going to copy this package.json to this as well. Okay, and finally the package log.json, where our dependencies for particular things are logged. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy these things. Okay, and finally the command where we just install all the dependencies needed for our application, and I'm just going to run this commands, building this, and we can just pass on here this npm start command. Okay, so this is going to be simple Docker file. We will eventually see how do we write a whole code for all our application, and then make this as each service in our Docker compose file, which is the next thing that we will be doing. So I'll just create the Docker compose file. So I'm just going to create in here this Docker compose file where we'll have all the services related to our application. So I can just maximize this. Fine. So the services, So here first thing is the search xng, so I'm just going to create that. The build, I'm just going to set the context to the current thing, okay, and the docker file is nothing but the search xng dot docker file, and we wanted to expose, let's say I'm just going to expose 4000 port, okay, and I'm just going to map in here this 4000 to 8080, okay, and then the networks, I'm just going to specify here the networks specifically. Let's just say I'm just going to specify the networks as future search, so that we can pass on this the URLs of this to other service as if they are belonging to the same server, okay. So here I'm just going to give the name as future search, okay, fine, and let me just specify here the network as well. So the networks, and the network name is going to be this future search, and finally the other service, which is the future service backend. I'm just going to name this as something like this. The build, I'm just going to provide in here this context just like we provided above. Docker file, it's going to be this backend dot docker file, and arguments, if you just see in our docker file, we had one argument which was the endpoint of the search xng API URL, okay. So I'm just going to provide in here. For now I'm just hard coding this value, so this will be nothing but this name of this, so because we are in the same network, and the port is the 8080 port, and I'm just going to specify here that this depends on the above service. So first above service will be initialized, okay, and I'm just going to mention the name of this, and here I'm just going to expose the 3001 port for our backend port, and here I'm just going to map here 3001 to 3001, and I'm just going to attach this to network, and the network name is this future search, okay, fine. So this is the docker compose file, and we should be good to start this. So I'm just going to let me just run this, so in the different terminal. So here I'm just going to run this docker compose app, okay. Okay, the issue is it is saying that networks, okay, here this is going to be the networks, okay, fine. Ports, okay, so there is again issue, and this backend ports, additional property ports is not allowed, okay. Okay, so the mistake that I have did is I made this as a part of a build. That's the thing that we are seeing this as an issue. Okay, so let me just move this things. Okay, so now we should be able to, and okay, so now the issue is with the build additional property ports is not allowed. Where am I? Okay, so I'm just mapping this and exposing this and the ports, exports. Okay, here networks must be a mapping. Okay, okay, I have just missed. Yeah, this is the issue. The future search should be this mapping, not just this string. And now we should be, yep. So fine. Now let's just wait, and we should have the backend. Okay, there is an issue. Is already allocated. Okay, the issue is the port is already allocated is what I'm receiving. So I can do, let's just say 4001, and here 4001, and then let's just try to run it again. Okay, so I'm just going to stop all other services that I have running. So let me just stop all of them, and then we will just start this thing. Okay, so I'm just stopping all of the other services in my Docker desktop. Yeah, now I'm just going to run this again, and now we should don't face any issues with regard to the port. Okay, so yeah, we can see this is building, and so yeah, the error is we are receiving error because in these settings just search for ultra secret key. Instead of this, you need to provide other secret key. So I'm just going to provide here this as 1 to 0 digits, and now we should be able to so I'm just going to start this again. We just need to change this. That is what I just changed, but I'm still receiving the same issue. Okay, I'm just going to enforce the build so that this will build it again. Okay, still I'm receiving the same. Just let me just check that, or else I'm just going to remove or delete them, and then we are going to start this again. Okay, I'm just going to stop this, and let me just kill those containers. And run this again. So we are going to ensure that we will be building this again, and now we shouldn't see any issues because so you can see this is ready in this thing, and also this and now this started on this port 3001 itself. So since we just hard coded, okay, here because I'm just going to create in here this environment file for our port. I just doesn't want to hard code this anymore. So what I'm going to do is here let's just specify here the port, which is the 3001, and that I'm just going to refer in our app.ts file. So in our app.ts file, instead of just hard coding this 3002, what I can do now is use this environment process dot env dot port. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to print that value instead of just hard coding that. So I'm just going to thing, and also here in this thing, so we need to provide in here this environment file. Okay, so yeah, yep. So now we have this two services running. One is the search xng, where we can just consume that and get the results from search engines when we pass in the query. And then we have this backend service, where we have as of now just the health check API endpoint, which is going to give us the okay. So first thing, I'm going to build an agent. What is, I'm just going to first let's just write a core logic of searching via this search xng service, and then we will use that to build a respective agents. Like, you know, we wanted to search web, so that will be one agent, and we wanted to search images, that will be again one agent. So for that I'm just going to create, so as I said again in the beginning, this is going to be no UI for a while, because this is the backend development core logic we'll be doing here. This is how it is going to be. Okay, so here I'm just going to create in here this new folder called core. This is where we will try to write the service helper to talk to search xng. So in here I'm just going to create in this search xng.ts file, and this is where we will write a function. Before that we will try to create an interfaces for our options that we wanted to provide as an input param for the function that we'll be writing. So first is the categories, and then the engines that we wanted to get the result from, the language, and also the page number. Okay, so this all are present in this you can, these are all the parameters in this. So for example, if I just search for this engines, you can just see that so here this is like this is the interface I'm just trying to build. Just few of them which are needed for us, there are many as I already mentioned. Okay, so here I'm just going to search xng search options. Okay, so here this categories is going to be this general images, videos, and all those things. So here I'm just going to make this as optional and of type string array. Next is going to be the engines. You saw already the engines name, engine shortcut disabled, and all those things. This is again going to be a string array. And then the language, I'm just going to make everything as an optional, so that whichever is needed, that's what we'll be providing as an options to the function parameters. And here this page number, and I'm just going to, yeah, this is going to be the interface for our search xng search options. And now in the result, what is that we'll be getting? The title and URL, the image, if it's image source, the content, and the author of those things. Okay, that for that also we are going to define a interface, so that it will be properly typed. This is going to be search xng search result. So here this title, which is going to be of type string, and then the URL of which is going to be again the string. This will be what we'll be getting from this service. And the image source, I'm just going to make this as a optional, and this is going to be of type string. Same way this thumbnails for videos that we'll be referring to. So here I'm just going to again make this as a string and optional the content that we get from this service, and finally the author of it. So this is like, again making few things as optional which are not necessarily needed for us, and few things mandatory which are needed for us. And here I'm just going to create this function. So here let me just name this as search xng. Okay, so I'm just going to make this as a asynchronous, and the params for this first is going to be the query of the user that is going to ask, and the optional params which we define the interface for above, which is going to be this one. And finally here I'm just going to talk to the service. Okay, we need to prepare first the URL and the URL format and everything. This is properly documented here in this, how do you search, the syntax, everything. So if I just show you, let me go back. Yeah, so here this is what I was referring to. So this is the get search endpoint, and what is it that it is expecting. So the form, the parameters and everything, it is clearly what format that we want the result in, JSON or something like that. So it is clearly documented, so we can just refer this and then accordingly consume that. Okay, so here I'm just going to prepare the base URL. So this is going to be this, and also here I'm just going to have this this API URL as again the environment variable. So for this, so basically since we are trying to run via Docker, so we don't have to fill if it is because I have hard-coded in this Docker Compose. If you just see this here, so we don't have to provide. So what I will do, so I'll just not provide any value of that respective variable. We will refer from this Docker file. So here ideally this is the base URL. So here if we just process.env and then this xng API URL, and here this is going to be the endpoint, and here the params that we can provide. So I'm just going to provide for now the format that I want the result in the JSON. Okay, so this is the thing that we are using as of now. Okay, and here we can just set the search params. So I'm just going to open this query param, so you can see here this query, and that is required. Okay, and these are all the optional. So here the query is not, it's not going to be the query that we receive from the end user. And now the optional, so if there is an optional that we received as a input params for this function, so we will first find the all the keys present in this object, and we are just going to get these keys. Okay, and iterate through everything. Okay, and get the key initially. And here if this array, I'm just going to check if this value present in this key is an array or not. So if it is an array, then I'm just going to append this to search params in the format of key comma and this opts of key. Okay, and I'm just going to join this, here yep, here I'm just going to join by delimiter comma. Okay, and I'm just going to return this. Fine. If not, so what we are going to do, we are just going to pass on that what is value, whatever the value is present in ops of key. Here this is what we are going to do. Simply append this value to this key, this ops of key. Okay, so this is going to be our simple way of appending the optional params that we'll be receiving. And finally we are going to make a call to our base URL that we prepared above. So for that I will be using Axios to make a request to the service. So I'm just going to install that dependency. So you can just install that Axios. Okay, so let's just make a call or to the URL that we prepared. So we can just import this. So I'm just going to, let me just minimize this, and at the top, so let me here, this is going to be the, I'm just going to import this from this Axios. Okay, so now let's just make a get request to our URL. So I'm, for to be safer side, I'm just going to convert this to or to string. So here, okay, fine, so that's the result. So we will just collect this result, and we have defined the strict type, how, what is the blueprint of the result that we are expecting. So I'm just going to enforce this result array. So this is going to be list of this object. Okay, so that we are going to get in result.data.results. Okay, so you can just see in here all the definition of this, whatever you wanted to. Okay, fine. And here the suggestions as well. So here I'm just going to use this suggestions, which is going to be of type string array. So this result.data. Suggestions, and finally we will return this results along with the suggestions that we got from this service. So this is going to be the core way of calling the search endpoint of this search API from the search xng. Okay, so now we have this core function. We will try to first to just quickly see how this is going to look like. Okay, I'm just going to build a web search agent, or if you let's try to quickly check this image search agent. Okay, so we will first build only two agents, one for image search and other for web search, and then we will try to expose this way of calling as an endpoints, one for image route and another for the message this web search, and then try to consume this in our client facing application and come back again to this backend and keep building the other things that we wanted to. Okay, that's the plan as of now. Okay, so let's just build an agents. Fine. So if there are options provided, so we need to handle that as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first get the all the keys that we receive as part of our search options, and get the keys here and read through each key. So and get the each individual key. First we will check if the value that is present in that key is array or not. This is how we will just check if this is array. So ops of key, so if this is an array, so we need to append to our search params separated by a comma. So this is how I'm just going to do this. So key ops of key, and I'm just going to join this with a delimiter of a comma. So this is how we'll be doing, and I'm just going to return from here. If this is not an array, so simply we will just append like normal key value thing. Okay, so this is how I'm just going to do this, ops of key. Okay, so this is how, if there is an options provided for this function, and these are will be appending. Okay, now next is we are just going to now make a call to the endpoint that we prepared above. In order to make a call to the above thing, I'm just going to install the Axios and then use that. Okay, so here I'm just installing this Axios, and we can just import that and use this Axios. So here let me just import that, import Axios from this Axios module. Okay, so now we will just use this, and we will just pass on this URL, and to be on safer side I'm just going to typecast this to string again, And here finally we will collect this results is going to be an array of this the object that we prepared, this one. So this is going to be this result array, and I'm just going to collect this into this variable by accessing this result.data.results and the suggestions as well. So this is how we will be getting these suggestions, and this will be just the string array. I'm just going to get the same result.data.suggestions, and finally we are going to return this results and the suggestions from this function. So this will be the core way of calling the search endpoint exposed by this search xng. Okay, fine. Now what we will do, we will get started of building individual agent that we wanted to handle as part of our application. First I will build a image search agent, and then we will move on to web search agent, and then expose those as a endpoints, and then go back to client facing application, consume these services and see that in action, and come back to this backend and keep building the other agents that we thought of building and exposing it to our client side facing application. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here this new folder called agents, so that I like segregating the piece of code to separate folders, so that it will be better for us to refer down the line. As I said, first I'll be creating an agent for searching images. So here I'm just going to create in here this image search agent.ts, and in here we will try to create the logic to search for images. So this one, and I'm going to need a dependency, so we'll be using the LangChain to chain together the sequence of actions that we wanted to perform, and also use the providers that is provided by this LangChain library. Okay, so this is what I'm referring to. So here this LangChain okay, so this is the thing. So I'm just going to install this thing. Okay, so and then we will use this. So to just install, all we need to do is, this includes all those parts, and this is what we need. So this is how we are supposed to install this. Okay, so I can just do this, npm install this LangChain. Okay, so let's wait for it to install, and also this is where we will use this all for now. Initially I'll use the OpenAI provider, and eventually we will add other providers as we keep building the core logic of our backend application. Okay, so for that this is going to be a bit so we need to, so if I just open this LangChain sequenceable runnable sequence. So we want this JS helper. Okay, so there is clearly very detailed documentation. We can just check this out. Okay, and I can so for example, if this is the thing that we want, so it's clearly documented of how to use this and what does that means. Okay, and if you wanted to see stitch together, chain together the sequence of operation that we wanted to perform together, this is going to be really helpful, and I would highly recommend please going through this documentation, because it's a huge in itself, because it's providing a lot of functionalities to the users. So in here first we will initialize the provider that we want. So I'm just going to here this For now, as I said, I'm just going to use this OpenAI provider. Okay, so this one I'm just going to import this from this LangChain which we just imported. So here this OpenAI from this LangChain. Okay, yep. So this is the thing, and in here we need to provide some configuration, like we already know what are the options available to provide as an option to OpenAI client. Okay, and here I'm just going to, for now, hardcode this model as a GPT 3.5. We can use the GPT-4 Omni, which is really cheap and highly performing, but we will eventually change this, but I'm just sticking to this turbo model. Okay, fine. And here we need to prepare a prompt which kind of we emphasize that, like, you are an image search agent, something like that, and I'm expecting the result to be in this format, and this is what I'm expecting from you and all. So that I am just going to provide you in the description or in the code base, which I'll be attaching in the description. You can just refer that. So this is going to be this image search chain prompt. I can just walk you through those things. Okay, so quickly I'll tell you how this is going to be. Okay, so here I'm just going to refer to this. So let me just maximize this. So this is the simple prompt, like you will be given a conversation below and follow-up question. You need to refresh the follow-up question, so it is a standard question that can be used by LLM to search the web for images. You need to make sure the rephrased question agrees with the conversation and is relevant to the conversation, and just providing the default template for searching the images and providing the context of the conversation that we have seen till now in our chat window or something like that, and providing one shot learning, just one shot learning, and providing some examples. Follow-up question, what is cat? Rephrased, a cat. Follow-up question, what is a car? How does it work? Rephrased, car working. And follow-up question, how does AC work? Rephrased, AC working. Conversation, so this will be placeholder that will be passing on to this, and this follow-up question, again this will be placeholder which will be passing on this dynamic values. So that's the simple image search chain prompt. And now the input for our image search will be nothing but you can see here this chart history and the query. So I'm just going to define the definition for this. So this is going to be this type. I'm just going to name this as image search chain input. Okay, so here the param says the chart history, and this is going to be of type this base message array, so which we are going to import this from the LangChain core messages module. So I can just do that. So here let me just import this from this LangChain core messages. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this base message, and this is going to be the array of this base message object, and the query. So query is, it's going to be nothing but the string that we receive from the user. Okay, fine. So yeah, and now I'm just going to have a image search chain which is going to be nothing but the sequence of operations, and I'm going to show you how that is done using this LangChain. So all we need to do is we need to go for this runnable sequence dot from. So I'm just going to tell you what does that mean. So here I'm just going to store this in this image search chain. Okay, so let's just import this runnable. Okay, I'm just going to import the same from this LangChain core module runnables. Okay, so here I can do that. This LangChain core, and here this runnables, So in here I'm just going to import whatever is needed for us, the runnable sequence, okay, and then the runnable map. So this is the complex part, and I'm just going to walk you through what does this mean, and lambda. Okay, fine. So now we have this, and here what I need to do is I need to use this runnable sequence and put all the into the array. So here you can see here, this is the clear definition of what does this mean: a sequence of runnables where the output of each is input of the next. Okay, so basically if there is a first step, second step, and third step, for second step the input is going to be the output of the first step, and for third step input is going to be the output of the second step. That's what this runnable dot from sequence dot from does. So first thing, we are going to map the keys. So I'm just going to use this from because these are the input params for our prompt. So I'm just going to here map the key to the value, which is the chart history. So this is going to be the function where input is going to be of image search chain input, and I'm just going to return in here. We are supposed to format this chart history, okay, so that we doesn't provide unwanted formatted string to this. So in order to expect accurate results, it's better if we provide as much as formatted things. For that I'm just going to let's create some utils which is going to help me edit the formatted chart history, and I just wanted to format that as a string. Let me quickly create in here this utils folder. So we are just segregating into separate folders, the good way of maintaining the code. Okay, so here this I'm just going to name this as format history.es. Here let's just create this function. I'm just going to name this as something like format chart history as a string. This is the exactly what we want. So the input for this will be nothing but this history. This is going to be of type base message array, which is nothing but the from the language core messages module. So I can just import the same. So this is going to be from this LangChain core messages, and here we'll be receiving this as an input for this, and finally what we need to do is we need to format this as the message. So we will iterate through each message of this history array, and here I'm just going to transform this into this format, getting this type, okay, and mapping this to the actual the content that we receive as part of this object, and then join this by a separate line. Okay, so this is how we will be converting the list of this base message object to the string, and I'm just going to export this default format chart history as a string so that we can use this in here. Okay, so in this I'm just going to the function which we have just written, and then I'm just going to return the same art as a value to this key. So here I'm just going to import this chart history as a string, and this expects the input dot chart history as the param for this function, and one more of the value is query, and again this is going to be function. So I'm just going to return this input dot query, as the value for this key. After this, we need to provide this prompt template. Again, this I need to import from the LangChain core prompts module. So this is going to be prompt template. So this all we can just refer to this LangChain documentation. Okay, so here fine, and here I'm just going to use this prompt template, and I'm just going to refer to the about template, and here I'm just going to pass on this image, this chain prompt which we just created above, and we need to pass on this LLM. So these are all the params for this. You can just refer to this documentation, what are we supposed to pass and everything. Okay, and here the parser. So I just wanted the string parser, so I can just create here some the string parser. So you can just import this as well from this LangChain. Okay, so here this is going to be from core output parsers. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to import this output parsers. Okay, so this is going to be this string output parser. So this we are supposed to pass on to this thing. So here I'm just going to pass on this string parser. Okay, and next is the lambda. So this is where we will actually make a call to the service which we have written, and I'm just going to make this as asynchronous and pass on here this input which is going to be of type string as the input for this. And here I'm just going to call on this service which we just written, this one, and pass on this input and the optional params that we wanted. So since this is going to be an image search agent, we will specify that categories I want. It's going to be just the images, so we only look for the images of the query that user has passed. Okay, and the engines I'm just restricting it to the Bing images and also the Google images. So we can, this is going to support the 70 search engines. Okay, you can just view as many as you want, but I'm just restricting to this. And here I'm just going to create in here some empty array, and now we will be receiving the results into this, and we will just iterate through the results of this and just put that into this images variable. So here I'm just going to iterate through this results. Okay, and you just saw what was the return type of that function. So that's exactly what we are doing. So I'm just going to get the each result, and here the return type also you just saw, if result dot image source is present and if the result dot URL. Okay, and if you result dot title is present, only then we will be pushing into our images array. So here I'm just going to push this one and set the particular values for each property, result dot image source, and then URL. So here this is going to be this result dot URL, and finally this title, which is going to be this result dot title. So this is how we will be pushing on this result. And finally I'm just going to return this images, and I'm just going to return just the 10 of them. So here I can just slice it to 10. Okay, and from this we are going to just export this image search chain. Okay, so this is going to be the chain that how we are querying the engine this service in order to get the images. So this is simple. So we are chaining the sequence of operations and making sure they all run in a sequence, and the successive step is dependent on its penultimate step. So this one we are just running this and formatting the getting the chart history and query, and then this will be this output, nothing but the chart history and query will be passed on to this template. You can see these are the placeholders, exactly, chart history and query, and once that is passed, and these are the providers and parsers how we wanted to, and then finally this one the input, the string will be the final string that we get from this string parser will be passed on to this search service, and we'll be getting the results, and that's what we'll be returning. Okay, this might be a bit confusing for you, but if you just refer a few examples of this LangChain documentation, you will be good to understand what I meant and all. Okay, it's clearly explained and all. So this is the image search agent. So now what we can do is I'll just go and try to create the images. So for that I wanted to again segregate the routes into different folder. I can just do one thing. So I'm just going to create in here this new folder called this routes, and in here, since it's related to images, I'm just going to create in here this images.ts file, and in here we will just import this express to create a router. So from this express module, and let's just create this router. So I'm just going to create in here this express.router. Okay, and I just wanted to create a route for the getting the images. I'm just going to make this as a post, and here let's just make this as asynchronous, and the request and response in here let's just try to handle the logic in try catch block so that we doesn't miss catching any errors. So here let me first get the query and chart history from the request body. So here this query, okay, and the chart history, okay, and here the images we will be getting by calling this image search chain. I'm just going to call this invoke. This is how we are going to call, and this is the things that we'll be providing here, the in query and chart history. So if you see here, this is what it expects. Okay, chart history and query, and the input params. Okay, so that is what we are passing, and we'll be receiving the images post that service call. So here I'm just going to send the status code as 200, and in the JSON I'm just going to send this the images. Okay, and if we faced any error, we are going to handle that in this catch block. The status that will be sending is this 500, something went wrong, and the JSON I'm just going to attach in here as the object with the message, something like an error has occurred, so that we will acknowledge to the consumers that something went wrong while trying to make this image search. If you want, we can just console this error message, or you can just send this to this message body. And finally I'm just going to return this router. So this is going to be this router. Okay, so this needs to be so for that we are going to, I'm just going to create in here this index file. So this is the standard way of creating the routes in express. Okay, so here I'm just going to again import this express from this express module. Okay, and I'm just going to create in here this router here using this express dot router. Okay, and I'm just going to call this use function, and the endpoint, the base endpoint, it's going to be images, and we are just going to import this image router. Okay, so I can just, this is just going to be, I'm just going to name this as images router from this images. So basically here this is what I was referring to. Okay, so we are exporting this router and that we are mapping to this base slash images router. Okay, and finally we can just export this router, and this one we can try to expose as part of our core app.ts file. So this is the file I was referring to. Okay, so in here we wanted to import routes. Okay, so that what I can do is app dot and also we need to provide. So if you wanted to provide some middlewares like course handling and all, it's better to do that, because if you wanted to restrict the calls to this server only from certain clients and all, that's how we do it. So I'm just going to create a course options object. For now I'm just not going to restrict to only to specific client, but I'm just letting this is how we'll be able to do. I'm just allowing all origins for now, and here we are just going to handle add this middleweights. This is how we'll be adding. So for that we need a course module. I'm just going to quickly install this course module so that we can use this course module by passing on this course option. So this is installed, so I'm just going to pass on this course. Okay, so here we can just import course from this course. Okay, fine. And here, and also we need to use this express dot json in order to expect the request body in the json format and all. And also now we wanted to expose this slash api, this routes. Okay, so this route is going to be, I'm just going to import this from this routes. Okay, so this is where, so basically the images route will be nothing but slash base url slash api slash images. That's where we will be able to make a call to our endpoint. Okay, so this is going to be the images endpoint, and it is exposed. We can just check this. Okay, so for example, if I wanted to test that, let me show you how do we test that. So I'm just opening the postman, and then we will test this calling of this api. So here I just wanted to create a new workspace, and then I'll just show you guys. Okay, so I've just created in here let me share this. Let's do one thing. So I'm just going to minimize this. Okay, and I'm just going to pull this postman. Okay, and I'm just going to create in here this new http thing. Okay, so in here the base url was localhost, and the server was running on this 3000, and the base url is this images ap slash images. Okay, and this was the images, and here we are supposed to pass on this body. So the body, it's going to be the query and chart history. So if we wanted to pass that, this is how we will be, we need to provide the body for that. So for that, so I can just do it this way. So here the query, so query, I'm just going to ask the same thing. Okay, and Okay, and okay, so this is going to be the query. Okay, and then the chart history. So I'm just going to here mention this empty array, and I'm just going to make a call to this. Okay, I am just going to restart this docker compose file. So let's just wait for it to restart. We are not attaching any volumes, to update the compose file automatically, which we will do it later point of time, but not right away. So let's just there is an issue with this. Let me just maximize this. The issue is I'm supposed to provide the OpenAI key, so which I haven't provided. That's the reason we are seeing that issues. So that we need to specify in this folder. So I'm just going to specify this OpenAI API key. Okay, so here we need to provide that value. So in order to access that value, what we can do is I am just going to get that API key. So let me just get that. So I'm just providing this API key. Let me just add in this API key, and I'm just going to restart this. Okay, and hopefully we should be able to make a call. I'm just going to check if that API key is inactive or did I stop that. So let me just confirm that. So I'm just checking the same. Okay, let me just check again. Now let's try to check this again. Let's see. Okay, an error has occurred. What is this? Let me just check this. Okay, I'm just going to check that. What is the issue? Yeah, the issue is the API key is not correct. So I'm just going to get the right API key. So let me just get the right key. So I'm just trying to get that. I'm trying to get. So ideally, once we provide the right API key, we should be in a good position to get the images responses from the endpoint that we just exposed, which is nothing but /API/images. So I'm just trying to get this new API key. So let me just update this. So this API key is not correct. Okay, so I'm just going to restart this again. And let's just check this again. Okay, so let's just wait for it to install and start this services. Okay, so it has built it, and yeah, it has created. And okay, so I'm just going to make the call. It has started on 3001, so let's just make a call now. Okay, still the issue. Still the issue with the status code 403. Okay, I'll just check this and get back to you guys. Okay, the issue was with the loading of the container. So I just restarted, killed and restarted the containers. So this is how we'll be getting the result. So if I just change here the body to something like, let's say, okay, so let's just I'm just making a request to our images router which we just created, and this is how the result we'll be getting. So the image source, the URL and the title, so this is how we'll be getting that when we are trying to do search for the images, and this is what we can just try to display this. Okay, so this is the images endpoint and it's working fine. So now we'll move on to this the web search. Okay, so the web search is what we wanted to go for. So here let me just minimize this. So for web search, as I told you before, we need to have a WebSocket configured in order for us to keep emitting the responses that we get from our LangChain. Okay, so for that I'm just going to install first the WebSocket dependency. So that is, and let me just create a separate folder for WebSocket so that whatever the code is associated with the WebSockets we will keep in this WebSocket. Okay, so first thing we need a connection manager. Okay, so for that I need to have a again, same like we prepared an agent for images, we need to prepare an agent for the web search as well. So first, before even creating a connection manager and then having a web server WebSocket server to serve this web search results to the client and also keep listening to the query from the client facing application, we need to first create a web search agent, same the way that we did for our image search. Okay, but this is going to be bit different than we had to. Okay, so I'm just going to create an agent for the same. Let's just create an agent for web search agent. Okay, so here also we will use the chat OpenAI provider. Okay, so I'm just going to have this chat LLM provider. So let's just create this new object of new client of this chat OpenAI from this LangChain. So I'm just going to import this from LangChain OpenAI module. Okay, so here this chat OpenAI. Okay, so here the model name I'm just going to provide the same GPT 3.5 turbo. Okay, and the temperature I'm just going to have this as 0.7. Okay, and also the same way we'll prepare the OpenAI client. Okay, so here I'm just going to prepare the same way like we did for the previous image agent. Okay, so here this is going to be temperatures 0, model name I'm just going to give the same name, GPT 3.5 turbo. We will change this later. Fine. So now we have this providers, and we need to have the embeddings object as well, and I'll tell you why we need that. So here I'm just going to create new OpenAI embeddings object. So this one. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide in here this model name, text embedding 3 large. So this is the model that we'll be using, and now we need to prepare a prompt like we did prepare for our the image search. Here we need to have it two prompts. One to how do we request for search, kind of like search retriever prompt, and at the same time once we receive the result, how do you want the response to be formatted. So for that also like search response prompt. Okay, so I'm just going to first create this basic search retriever prompt. Okay, so here I'm just going to give you this prompt in the description or in the code base. You can just refer to that. So this is going to be the prompt. So this is simple. You will be given a conversation below and follow-up question. You need to rephrase the follow-up question if needed. So it is a standalone question that can be used by the LLM to search the web for information, same like we saw for the image search. If it is a writing task or simple hi, hello rather than a question, you need to return not needed as the response. So this is something like if it's simple hi and hello, it's not a question. I just asking it to specifically return it as a not needed as the response. Okay, and here are the some examples, kind of one shot learning, prompt learning and all. So follow-up question, what is the capital of France? Rephrased, this is going to be this is the thing. So that's how. And the placeholders is going to be same, chat history and the query like we did provide for the image search agent. Okay, so that's the thing. And now here for formatting the response of this agent, so I'm just going to basic web search response prompt. Okay, so even this one I'm just going to give an example here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this same something like this. Okay, so I can just give some pre again sentence. I just wanted to say like you are future search. Okay, or something like an AI model who is expert at searching the web, something like making sure this is going to search only for web results and all, search the web and answering users queries. Okay, and next generate the response that is informative, relevant to the user's query based on the provided context. This is going to be a simple yeah, if you, and this is going to be placeholder, the context that will be passing as the placeholder for this. And if you think there's nothing relevant in the search results, you may say that I'm sorry, I could not find any relevant information on this topic, something this is how we are going to ask for it to return the response from this web search agent. So now we have the two prompts ready. So same thing like we did, we are going to prepare the string parser using this
string output parser from this. So I can do one thing, whatever we use for this, I'm just going to import this one and we will remove what is not needed. Okay, so this is the repetitive one, so I'm just going to remove this. And so I'm just going to, so we are just preparing this output parser. And now next thing is we need to define this basic web search retriever chain like we did for the image one. So even this will have this chart query and query as the input. So I'm just doing the same like we did just a while ago, basic input chart. So this is going to be the chart history. So this is the array of this base message array from this LangChain core messages module, and this query is going to be the string. And I'm just going to prepare now basic search retriever chain. This runnable sequence dot from you know what does this mean, so I'm not going to explain this again. So here I'm just going to first provide this template, which is nothing but this basic search retriever prompt which we have written above, and then provide this LLM, the parser which is going to be this, and then this runnable lambda from, I'm just going to provide in here this input which is going to be of type string, and here I'm just going to say if this if this input is not needed. Okay, so I'm just going to return this query as empty and docs as empty array. Okay, else I'm just going to call this the service search xng. Okay, so here I'm just going to call this service wait search this one and pass in this input. Okay, and the language I'm just going to pass in this English, and I'm just going to get this the results and collect into this documents variables results dot results mapping, and I'm just going to get the each result object, and in here we are going to just create a new document object from this LangChain. So I can just import this document from this LangChain core documents. Okay, so what I can do is, so here I'm just going to core this documents. Okay, so this is going to be the document object. So we are going to convert this each result into the documents, and the list of the documents we will be storing in this documents variable. So here instead of this document, so this is going to be this document. Okay, so here first the page content, so this will be nothing but this result dot content whatever we receive from here, and then the metadata. I'm just going to store this metadata, the title, the properties that we have in this result object, which we already know what properties are there. So here this title and URL are the mandatory, so we are just going to collect that, and the remaining I'm just going to have those as it is. So here if this result dot image source is present, then I'm just going to add in this value as well. Okay, so this is what we'll be storing, and finally from this I'm just going to return this in the query is going to be whatever the answer question that we got, and the docs I'm just going to send this documents. Okay, so this is going to be this runnable lambda from this. Okay, so which is the basic web search retriever chain, and then we need to prepare the same way for basic web search answering chain now. Okay, so the final result that will be showcasing in the UI or sending it to the client's facing application. So here I'm just going to name this as basic web search answering chain. So again, this we are going to use this runnable sequence dot from, and here this is going to be the list. Okay, runnable map. First we are going to prepare the query, chart history, and the context that are needed for us to pass. Okay, so here this query, it's going to be a function where I'm just going to have this basic chain input. So this is going to be straightforward input dot query, and then this chart history. So here again, this is going to be basic chain input, and here I'm just going to pass in this input dot chart history and the context. So we need to set this pass in this context value. So this is going to we are going to pass on this two values, which is the so you will understand this. So first the query which we collected here, so that is the query that I'm just going to pass. So input dot query, okay, and the chart history. So chart history, so here I'm just going to use this format history as a string, and I'm just going to format this to a string. Okay, and after this we are going to use this basic web search retrieval chain. And if you wanted, so basically what I'm trying to say is, now if we wanted to perform some pre operations on the results that we get, so this is where we can pipe those things. So here I wanted to re-rank the docs according to some cosine similarity, and also I wanted to process the docs. So for us to first perform that, okay, so I need to create an helper functions which is going to help me pass on this as a pipes to this. So so basically, if you wanted to understand what this really does is, first thing what I'm trying to do is the thing that I'm trying to do in the first instance is prepare an input query and chart history. Okay, and then pre-process the output of this basic web search retriever chain using some helper functions, which you will eventually understand. To summarize how this is executed, so this runnable sequence, as I already told you, this creates a sequence of operations that will be executed in order. And this one, this runnable map dot from, this extracts the query from this input basic chain input, and gives the as the value to this key. Same applies to this chart query. And for the context key, this is another again another runnable sequence which it processes the input to prepare it for the web search retrieval. You can see the first operation is it converts the input into an object containing this query and the chart history, which is needed for this web retrieval chain. Okay, so let's write the helper function for the re-ranking the docs. So I'll just write in here itself. So let me just write here. I'm just going to name this as something like re-rank docs. So here this is going to expect query under docs as the input param for this. So I'm just going to give the definition for that. Query is going to be of type string, and the docs is going to be the document array from this LangChain core documents module. So here, first thing, if the docs that we received is 0, then we are not going to do anything. So I'm straight away going to return this docs as we received from the input param. Okay, if not, this is where we are going to first filter which is having content at least. Okay, so I'm just going to create one variable or list, whatever. I'm just naming this as something like docs with content, so which it's meaningful already. So and here I'm just going to filter this. First I'm just going to get the each doc from this docs list and check for if the doc dot this page content is present, and this doc dot page content dot length is greater than 0. That signifies that this page has the content. So we are filtering only the docs which has some content. Okay, and now we need to embed this documents. So in order to embed, what we will be using is the embeddings which we prepared at the beginning. So that's what I'll be using. That's the reason we are using this embeddings model. Okay, so here let me store this inside this doc embeddings, and here I'm just going to use this embeddings module, and we are going to embed this document. So here I'm just going to use this docs with content. I'm just going to map each document and pass in this page content. So this will have the embeddings for each of the documents, and the query also we need to convert into embedding. So this is going to be again simple. So embeddings dot embed query. So all we need to do is pass the query. So now we have the embeddings for our query and the embeddings for our whole documentation. So all we have to do is we need to calculate the similarity between the query and the documents embeddings that we have, and reorder in such a way that which is having the highest score comes at the first. Kind of we are sorting based upon the score and all. For calculating the similarity and all, so we will use the similarity, we will use this compute cosine similarity and compute modules, so which you can just refer via node package manager. So it's those are pretty standard way of calculating the similarities between this text. Okay, so I'm just going to install this compute dot, and here this compute cosine similarity. Okay, so these are the two modules. So I'm just going to install this, and we will write again one util function which is going to give me the similarity given the two embeddings or two arrays. It's nothing but arrays, right? Number arrays. So I'm going to create in here the function called something like compute similarity. Okay, did I misspell? Yep. So I've just created compute similarity here. So let's create here a function called compute similarity. Okay, and this is going to expect a two number array. One, I'm just naming this as a x, another as a y. Let's just, this is also going to be number array, and finally we are going to return this number from this function. So here I'm just going to check. So here we can have this similarity based on which similarity do you want to calculate as environment variables. I'm just going to create in here this the variable for this. So let's just name this as something like similarity measure. Okay, so for now I'm just going to say this as a cosine similarity. Okay, so here I'm just going back to this util function, and here now we will just refer to this value if process dot environment dot that similarity measure. This one similarity measure is equals to this cosine. So I'm just going to let's import this cosine similarity from this modules which we just installed. So this is going to be this cosine similarity from this compute cosine similarity. So same thing, I can use this here, this cosine similarity of this x comma y. Okay, and else if this processor dot this env dot this value, this similarity measure is not a cosine similarity, the other can be of the dot product between those two number matrices. So we are just going to return this dot of this, and this I'm just going to import from this compute dot. Okay, fine. And if other than this, I'm just going to throw this error saying that invalid similarity measure. Okay, this is the straightforward way of measuring the similarity between two embeddings. And finally, I'm just going to export this compute similarity so that we can use this here. So we have this embeddings for query and docs. All we need to do is import this the function which we just written, and use this. I'm just going to import the same. Let me just import. So for that, we will just store in the similarity here, and I'm just going to iterate to this each doc embedding. Okay, and get the index. So here what we need to do is we need to use this compute similarity function and pass on this query embedding along with this doc embedding, and we need to return here this index along with the similarity. So here I'm just going to get this similarity here. So once we have all of those the index and similarity in this similarity variable, all we need to do is we need to return this sorted doc. So this is how I'm just going to store this sorted doc. So here similarity, so here I'm just going to first sort based upon the similarity values. So here this is how we can just sort this depending upon this similarities, and I'm just going to filter. So we can just filter here the if the difference, the threshold is greater than 0.5. so if you want more accuracy, so you can just increase this value. Okay, and I'm just going to take only 15 results. I'm just slicing till 15, and finally I'm just mapping this value to this docs with content and passing this index. Okay, so here this docs with content, what it does, I'll tell you. That's again I need to create a function which is going to help me filter so here, yep, so this is what we need to provide. So here, yep, so this is the thing. So we are just getting the only things present based upon this index. Okay, so that's going to be the final things. All we have to do is return this. So this is just sorted docs. Okay, so this is just calculating and returning only the documents which are meeting this rank of similarity greater than 0.5 threshold, using based upon this embedding difference calculations, and the metric is the similarity. We can either go with the cosine similarity or dot similarity, so which is pretty standard in the industry that's happening right now. And okay, so now we have this re-rank docs util that we wanted to, and also I just told I wanted to process this docs. I'm just going to quickly create this helper here as well. So this is the processor docs helper function. So I'm just going to make this asynchronous, and this is going to receive the list of the document as the input. So all we are going to do is, we are going to just transform this into the way that we want. So I'm just going to map this, and here I'm just going to get the index of the document, and all we are going to do is, this is how I'm just going to change it to the way I want. So here I'm just going to have this index, and I'm just going to show this page content, and I'm just going to join this by new line. Okay, this is the just helper function to process the docs the way I want. Okay, so now we have this helper functions, we can just go ahead and use this. So in here, the response chain, so this is the thing. So if you wanted to process anything like this, so I'm just going to re-rank the docs, and I'm just going to give the name for this. So here I'm just going to give the run name as this final source retriever, something like this. Okay, and finally we are just going to process this docs. So this is going to be the helper. Okay, so now I'm just going to use this chart prompt template. Again, this I need to import this, so let's just go to the top. So the place where we imported this prompt template, so we need to import this prompt template. So let's just go down, and here I'm just going to use this from messages and all. I'm just going to set this system prompt is nothing but our basic web search response prompt that we created here. Where is this? This is the response prompt. Okay, so here after this I'm just going to create here new message placeholder. Here in this, the placeholder, the chart history, and then the query. Okay, so here I'm just going to, we need to import that, so I'm just going to import, and for this user, this is going to be the query thing. Okay, so here I just wanted to import this. So this, we are going to import this from the LangChain. So this is from this prompts module. So here I'm just going to messages placeholder. So this is what this messages placeholder. So if you see, we just imported that. Okay, so these are the things that are needed for us. So if you can check this, we want the context. Okay, and yeah, so this is the list that we are preparing: the system, basic web search response prompt, and then the chart history, and then the attaching the user. And based upon this, it's going to give us the response the way we wanted, the way we drafted in this basic web search response prompt. So now we have this ready, and all we have to do is pass in this chart LLM for this, and also the string parser. And for this we need to give, again I'm just going to give the run name so that we can refer this later to keep listening on to the stream that we'll be getting from this. So this is going to be final response generator. Okay, so this is going to be our basic web search answering a chain. So this is pretty complex, I understand, but that's how we are supposed to prepare the chain. Okay, and here this is the retriever chain. So now we have this two chains. So I'm going to create now the common basic search function where we'll be using both of the things. Okay, so here basic this web search So this is going to receive the query as the input. Along with that, the history, which is going to be the base message array. So base message array, and in here I'm just going to create a new emitter object. So for that we need to import this event emitter from this events module, which I'm just going to install. So you'll understand why I need this events dependency, because we will be streaming the response from this basic web search answering chain in the form of events. So I need some emitter to emit those events, correct? So that's the reason. So here I'm just going to create a new event emitter object. So I can just here I'm just going to create this. Okay, so this has to be okay, fine. And now in here let's try to handle that inside the try catch block. So first thing is the I'm just going to collect this stream from this above chain. So let's just call this basic web search answering chain dot stream events, and here we are supposed to provide this chart history along with that the query as the input for this. And I'm just going to mention in here the version. So here for now I'm just going to mention here this version 1. And if we wanted to now we need to handle this stream based upon the name that we'll be receiving. So if it is this final source retriever, we need to do one way of handling, and the response generator. So for that it's better if we try to write as the separate helper, like we did write for the re-ranking docs and the processing docs. So I'm just going to create the helper just right here. So I'm just going to name it as something like which handles a stream. So in here this is going to be asynchronous function, and the inputs for this is going to be the event emitter along with the stream. So this is the stream, so this is going to be of type this async generator of this stream event. So I'm just going to provide in here written and this next as unknown. Okay, so I'm just going to import the stream event, and here one more param which is going to be emitter. Okay, so here let me just import this stream event from this LangChain core tracers logging stream module. Okay, so this is how I'm just going to import that type of this. It's going to be this stream event from this LangChain for this tracers and this logging stream. So this is what we'll be referring to. So here we are. So once we have those two inputs as the params for this function, we need to iterate through those each event present in the stream. Okay, so that is so what I was talking is, so I'm just going to iterate through each event which is present in this stream, and here we need to check what event is this of type. So here if this event is this on chain end, okay, and this name, so the name that we gave if you remember, we gave names for final source retriever and the final response generator. those values will now be using it. So if this is equals to this final source retriever, okay, so what we are going to do, we are just going to emit this the event name as the data, okay, and I'm just going to stringify this the value type as the sources, okay, and the data whatever we have received in this event dot data dot the output, okay. So that is the thing. So that is for the case when it is the final source retriever event, okay. Now we need to do the same for the final response generator. So here we'll not be receiving the on the chain end, here it will be like streaming from the chain, so that we need to handle. So that is, here we will receive all results at the end at once, okay. Here for a response generator we will be receiving in the form of a chunks, okay. That's the streaming event, okay. So you'll understand this. So here event dot event, so here I'm just going to, if this is of type on chain event stream, so these are events all are present in the docs of this LangChain. I'm not going to show you all those things, you can just refer them, okay. So here if this event dot name is the final response generator, okay, so here this final response generator, okay, so here I'll be emitting this as the data name, okay, and I'm just going to stringify this, and here this type I'm just going to mention this as a response in place of the sources, and the data it's going to be this event dot data dot chunk, okay. So this is how we'll be emitting based upon the event name and event type, okay. And finally if this event dot event is equals to on chain end, so that is, and so basically this is to just check that this is the end response from this final response generator, like it's the last chunk of it, okay. So that's this check for, so if this is this final response generator, okay, so I'm just going to emit this as the end, okay. This is how we'll be handling the stream. So this we need to pass on here, so that is, I'm just going to call this function by passing on this the stream along with the emitter. So here I can pass in the stream and this the emitter, okay. And other, if something goes wrong we can handle this inside this catch block. So here I'm just going to emit the error event name, and I'm just going to stringify the data as something like an error as occurred. Let's just say an error has occurred, and I'm just going to say like please try again later, something like this, okay. And if we wanted to just to refer what's that error is, we can just console that error, the error, okay. So this is how we'll be handling this basic web search. And finally I'm just going to return this emitter from this function, and all we need to do is now create one wrapper function around all the function that we have written, and then export that function from this file, okay. So I'm just going to name this as handle web search, okay, and this is going to receive message string as the input param, and then the base history of the chat that it was having. So here I'm just going to get this emitter, so in here I'm just going to call pass on this message to the basic web search, the function that we have just written, and then the history. Okay, so here I'm just going to emit this thing. Okay, so yeah, this is the function. Okay, and I'm just going to export this default handle web search. So this is the web search agent, and that is how these efforts go into to prepare such a complex agents which is going to handle all kind of things. So now we have this web search agent in place. We can go ahead and prepare the WebSocket that we wanted to stream the responses from this backend to the client, at the same time take in the user's query from the client side to this WebSocket listener. Okay, so I'm just going to create that in here in the WebSocket folder. So under the WebSocket folder, first we will create an handler which can handle the message from the client facing application. Okay, so here I'm just going to create in here the new file called message handler. So I'm just going to create in here message handler.ts. Inside this, let's create a function called handle message, and let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive the message which is going to be of type string, and the object which is the of type of WebSocket, so which I am going to import this from WebSocket module. Okay, so in here I'm going to handle this in try catch block. First, let's get this parsed message. So I'm just going to parse this message as this message. Okay, so I'm expecting the message of type which will have these properties. So here, this is how this is going to be. The type which is going to be a string. Okay, and the content which is again going to be of string, and is Copilot enabled or not, so you will understand what does this. Okay, and the focus, so focus is nothing but on which agent do we want to lay focus on. In case here it is the web search or YouTube search or image search, those kind of things I'm talking about. Okay, and then the history, so here this is going to be array, or it can be of string. Okay, so this is the type of message that I'm expecting from this message. Okay, so and I'm just going to prepare in here unique ID. So using this math module, math.random dot to string, so I'm just going to string 36, and I'm just going to get this substring. So okay, fine, and here if this passed message dot content, so there is no content in it, so I'm just going to send to the client the this message saying I'm just going to stringifying this, and I'm just going to send this a type as error. Okay, and data, I'm just going to send the message value as invalid message format. Okay, so this is how we'll be sending back to the client if its content is not present. Okay, now let's just collect this history. So history, it's going to be of type this base message array, so which I'm just going to import this from this LangChain module. Okay, so this LangChain core messages. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to iterate through this history and get the message, and here if this message of 0 is equals to the human, so I'm just going to return this new human message object. Okay, so that we will be getting it from this LangChain core module. Same way for AI message. So I'm just going to return here this with the content as this message of 1. Okay, so else we are going to return new AI message. Okay, so here I'm just going to return this AI message, and content 1 is going to be the same message of 1. Okay, so this is going to be the history list, and now we are going to check if the past message dot type is equals to message. So I'm just going to compare this. So if it is matching, then I'm just going to set this focus to for now we are going to do it only for web search. Later we will not hard code like this. Okay, so I'm just going to use this via switch. Okay, so here since we are focusing on web search, so I'm just going to pass on to this section. So in here, first let's get this emitter by calling this handle web search, which we just exported, and we are just going to pass in this content along with this the history that it is expected for this function. Okay, and now I'm just going to listen on to this data event. So if you just see here, I mean I can just open this let me just split this so that you will better understand. So here this was the handle web search, and this is going to the basic web search here, and here it's going to get the stream and emitter. Okay, so here we are going to this handle stream, and this is where if this is the thing, we are emitting the data and then the end. So that's the thing. So we are listening on this data part. Okay, so here we are going to get this data on this data event. Okay, so first let's get this parsed data. So I'm just going to parse this json.parse this data, and here if this parsed data dot type is equals to this response. So if you can see, we are spending a type sources and response. So if this is the response, okay, so this is what we'll be doing. So in this I'm just going to send this to the client side. So here I'm just going to send in here this type as the message, and the data whatever we have this in the past data dot data. Okay, and then the message ID. So I'm just going to pass in this ID. So that is what we'll be sending to the client if the type is of type response. Else so here if the past data dot type is equals to this sources. Okay, so I'm just going to send the type as the sources, and here this is how we'll be sending. So here again we are just going to stringify this, and I'm just going to give the source type as a sources, and the data will be nothing but whatever we have in this data. Okay, so this is what we are just sending in here, and finally the ID, so which is going to be the ID. So I'm just going to send this ID. Okay, fine, and that's the case, and this is the thing on data event, and we'll be listening on to this end event as well. So this is the thing. So if that is the case, what we will do is we are just going to send to the client with the message end as a type. Okay, so here I'm just going to send this as the type, and the message ID I'm just going to attach in the ID. Okay, so that's what we'll be sending on, and even if we receive we'll be listening on the error as well if something went wrong. So then in that case I'm just going to perform this action. Okay, so I'm just going to get this parsed data. So I'm just going to parse this whatever the data. So I'm just going to send this to the client with just by stringifying and the type mentioning that something went wrong, and mentioning type as error, and the data whatever we have in this past data dot data. Okay, so this is what will be sending on here. This all will be performed in this try block, and if something goes wrong, so we will handle this inside this catch block. Fine, so here let me just console the error whatever we received. So here something like failed to handle a message, and here I'm just going to send this error, and I'm just going to let the client know with the same thing, something like this type as the error. Okay, and the data I'm just going to send this as like invalid message format. Okay, so this is the message handler function that we'll be using. Okay, so I think I have clearly explained already what we are doing in this. Okay, so let me yeah, so that's the message handler, and now we will try to create the connection manager, which is going to handle this is going to keep listening on the message event from the client side, so that we need to trigger this handle message function. So that I'm just going to create in here itself. So let's just name this as the connection manager. I'm just going to name this as connection manager.ts. So this is going to be simple one, so straightforward. So here let's just name this as the handle connection, and here this input is going to be of type websocket. So here I'm just going to import this from our websocket module. So this websocket module, I'm just going to import this, and here, yep, and now we will be listening on this message event from the client side, and if we receive anything, we take the message as the payload from this, and I'm just going to call in this handle message function which we have just written in the message handler, and pass in this message. So here the payload which we are expecting of type the message which we have written, and I'm just passing on the WebSocket along with it. Okay, and here I will be listening on to this close as well, here on closing. So I'm just going to console that we just closed connection between the client side and this backend side. Okay, so here this is what the connection manager. Now I'm just going to create a WebSocket server inside this. Okay, so we're all set to create a server. I'm just going to name this as WebSocket server.ts. Okay, and in here I'm just going to create this initialization of the server. I'm just going to name this as the init server. So okay, so this is going to be function. I'm just going to expect the server as the input param for this. So here, which is going to be of type, I'm just going to import the HTTP module. So the HTTP, so I'm just going to call here, this is going to be of type, I'm expecting type of this HTTP dot this incoming message. Okay, and here this HTTP dot this server response. Okay, fine, so that's the type I'm expecting for this function. And now inside this I'm just going to create in here a new WebSocket server using our WebSocket server from WebSocket module. So here I'm just going to import that same WebSocket server. Okay, so from this WebSocket. Okay, and in here it's just this is going to shortcut for WebSocket server. I'm just going to initialize this WebSocket server object by passing in this server which we receive as the input param for this function, and we will be listening on to this connection. Okay, so here on connection I'm just going to call this handle connection function which we have just written and pass on this WebSocket. Okay, so on connecting, we pass on this WebSocket to this handle connection, and in this handle connection we are starting listening on to the message event which will be emitted from the client side, and we will receive the payload and pass on to this handle message, which is this function. And this is where, based upon the focus web search, we will be passing on to this, and then we'll be listening on to the data, and if it's a response, we'll be sending back to the client side, and if it's our sources, again we'll be sending back to the client side. And that's how we'll be handling the to and fro movement from the client side to backend and backend to client side. Okay, so this is the WebSocket server and on connection. And finally, if we want, we can just console something like socket server started on this port, something like that. So I can just say, yeah, WebSocket server started on port. So if you want to refer this dynamic value, I'm just going to change this to backticks. So here process dot and port. Okay, so fine. So this is the WebSocket server. Now I'm just going to create the simple index file where we are going to just the wrapper around this function. So the standard way of creating index file in the respective folder or module. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here something called start WebSocket server. Okay, so here I'm just going to, again this is going to be same, so I can just copy from here this server. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this, and we are going to import this HTTP module. Okay, so in here I'm just going to call the above function, which is the init server, and pass on this server for this. And here I just misspelled it, so let me just change that. Yeah, so now we have this .websocket server. Okay, I just fine. So now this has to be invoked in our app.ts file. So going to this app.ts file, yeah, here, so I need to invoke this start WebSocket server function. So that's where, so just below this, what I can do is I can just call on this start WebSocket server and pass on this HTTP server. Okay, so I'm just going to pass on this server. So this is the at least the things that we could get started by consuming in the our client side. So at least now we have this images router and also the WebSocket server for listening to the and giving the result for web search agent and all. So this is the at least the I'll stop for the backend development here, and we will shift towards the UI part, and then try to create the interface and try to consume this try to first create UI components that are needed for our chart screen, update chart window, or whatever we are naming it. Once we create the required components for the UI, and then we'll start integrating this backend part into this UI application. So for that, it's better if I just create in here itself the UI. I'm just going to name this as some for now the UI as the project name. Okay, so I'm just creating in this folder itself the UI project. So I'm just going to choose the default values that it is suggested by this create next tab suggestion. So I'm not going to make any custom changes. So we are just going to minimize this. So this is the UI we are initializing. So I can now, we'll have something to see on the screen. So we'll parallelly keep comparing the result along with the development of our front end part. So for this, so now the WebSocket server will be listening on 3001 port. At the same time, the API for our image also will be running on localhost 3001. Okay, So that's the something environment variables we need to configure in our client side application. So just meanwhile this project is getting created, I can just create that inside this UI folder. So I can just create this, and let's just name this as a next public websocket URL. So here I'm just going to name this as websocket. I mean the URL is this. Okay, and this is the API URL. So I'm just going to give the value for this, which is going to be localhost 3001/API. So this is going to be the environment variables needed in our client side applications. Okay, so now this is created. So now we can just start this. I'm just going to navigate it to UI, and I can just run this application. So we should be able to see the reflection on 3000 port. So I'm just going to open the same. Okay, so here I can just open this on this 3000, and let me just minimize. Okay, and even this so even this I'm just going to minimize, so that we'll have the next side by side, so that we can have a better view. Okay, so this is the thing, and I'm just going to close this multiple windows. Okay, so it's just compiling. Yeah, so this is the default application that we normally get from our nextjs application initialization. Okay, so here is the thing. So what I wanted to do is first clear out all the default that we get from this. So let me just remove everything, so I can just remove this, and now I can do is just say allow. And also I just don't want this theme, so I just wanted to get rid of this. So what we can do is we can just remove all of this. Okay, and we should be having a deep light. Okay, so this is the initialization of a UI application. Now the thing needed is we need to first create the components that are needed for our application. Okay, so for that I would need the sidebar and then the chart components and all. So first let's just create the sidebar, because it's going to be common. I'm just going to create, and also the base layout that we can create, which can be used for all of our components. So I'm just going to create a new folder inside this UI folder for components, where we will try to write the components for this application. So here, and inside this I am just going to create a new file for common layout as just a wrapper main and all. So here I'm just going to, yes, so here let me just create this quick wrapper of a main divs and all. So this is going to receive the children, which is going to be of type this react node, this react dot react node. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap this children inside this main type. Okay, so here the styling for this, if it's the larger screen, I'm just going to have the padding left 20. So in the background I'm just going to apply this color. So this color, a black color I'll be applying, and the height of this I want it to be minimum to be height of the screen, so that it occupies whole part of the screen. and inside this I'm just going to wrap all the children inside this div. So here we want this children to occupy whole width of the screen, so I'm just going to give this thing, and also the larger thing, and if it's the larger screen I want the equal space that is I want it to be center part of the screen, so that there is equal space in the left side and the right side. Okay, so here, and the margin in the x direction I'm just giving it as 4. So I'm just going to wrap this children whatever we receive. So this is the layout which can be used in all our components. So here, and quickly I'm just going to create the sidebar component which can be used in a main layout file. Okay, so in here the same way, so once I leave sidebar, then we will try to integrate this and see on the screen. Okay, so here the sidebar dot tsx, and let's just make this as a client component, and here I'm just going to create this sidebar component, and again this is going to receive the react children as the component. So I'm just going to provide this definition of this react childs. Fine, and here I just wanted to create and have links for home and other things. So first let's focus on this UI part. So here let's wrap everything inside this div. So first thing, we are going to show this only for larger screens. For medium screens we are just going to medium and smaller, we are just going to hide this. So what I can do for that is default I can just set this display to be hidden if it's the larger screen, make this as a fixed, and also I just wanted inset to be y of 0. Okay, so let's do one thing. I just assume that this is completed, and I'm just going to export this, and let's export this, and I'm just going to, so this one I just wanted it to be part of our main layout file. So that is I want it to be part of this layout tsx. So here I just wanted to wrap the children inside this. Okay, so here I can just import this sidebar component and children inside that. Okay, so that this sidebar will be part of every children that comes inside this. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this title to future search, kind of, let's say chat with internet. Okay, and this description, if you can just say something like, future search is an AI powered, okay, I just misspelled, AI powered, that is connected to the internet. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, the sidebar. Now we'll go and keep making the changes to this so that we'll see the reflection in here. Okay, so to the sidebar, so we wanted to make this display as a flex if it's a larger screen. So here I'm just going to make that, and also I just wanted to give z index so that it appears on top of other elements, and the display, let's just make this as a flex, and the width, let's just give it as a 20, and also the direction to be a column. Okay, so that's the thing. And now inside this I'm just going to have the first the let's have this inside the h anchor tag for now. Later we'll move on to this the link tag from next link. Okay, so here I wanted to use the icon. So for icons we ideally refer to this lucid react, so I'm just going to install those lucid react. Okay, so what I can do is open one more terminal, I'm just going to navigate to UI folder on the application, and I'm just going to install this React icons, and then I can just import this pen icon. Okay, it's kind of like, start a chart or something, like indication for that, like that. So there's nothing much meaning in that. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this square icon from this listed React, and let's say if you wanted to style this, so I can just style something. Let's say I want the text to be white color, and cursor, let's just make this to be a pointer. Okay, so this is the smaller screen. There's a reason we are not able to see. Ideally we should be seeing the icon. Okay, and I need to change the theme colors. Okay, so for that, what I wanted to do is, let me go to the CSS this layout. So I need to change the styling of this layout. Okay, so in here I want to make this to occupy height of this height full. Okay, and also here even this one I just want it to, so let's just make this dynamic so that I can add multiple things. So okay, so even here I just wanted to make this to occupy whole height. Okay, and now in the main page thing, so here the thing is, I need to see this icon for this sidebar. Okay, just let me once inspect this so that I'll come to know what's going wrong. Or yeah, there is a sidebar. Here it is, and this is the icon. So let me just make this background color something like black. Yeah, there is this. Okay, okay, fine. So there is this sidebar. So okay, it's working, but only thing is the background color, which I will change that. So we will add this. So once I add the layout here inside this, because we created here the background color as a black, so that will be wrapped here, so it doesn't have to worry much about that, because anyhow we are adding this to whole height of the screen. So in here sidebar, let me just prepare the dynamic links that we need. So for now I'm just going to, we are going to focus only on the home page. Others are just like a placeholders. Okay, so I'm just going to create the list for that, something like nav links. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this icon as the home from this lucid React. Okay, and here this URL is going to be the href slash, and we will use this segments from this next navigation library. So use the selected layout segments. Okay, so I'm just going to make this active only if this segment's length is 0. Okay, and I'm just going to give here this label as the home for this, and this next two icons are just placeholders for now. Okay, so we are not going to do anything inside that. And here I'm just going to, let's say if I'm trying to add some let's say discover something page, which we will try to create if time permits. Okay, fine. And here if segment includes this discover, so basically if this discover is present in the segment, that's when it will be active. Okay, and here this label for this I'm just going to add in as the discover, and this just the one more icon. So here just something like book open text, something like this. And here the href I'm just going to add in here the page as the library. Okay, and the same thing if this will be active if this segments dot includes this library. Okay, and this label I'm just going to label this as the library for now. So fine, so the placeholders are okay for us. Okay, now we will try to use that and create one more div and iterate through each link in that, and showcase that in the sidebar. So that one in here right after this anchor tag I'm just going to make this as a flex and a direction to be a column, and items I'm just going to center them. Okay, so I can just try to little bit maximize this. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to minimize this. Okay, so in here I'm just going to have the gap of let's say 3 between each icon, and width I just wanted to make full. Okay, and now we will use this nav links list and get this each link object that we just created, and we'll just wrap this inside this link component of this next link. Okay, and here for this we are going to provide the key is unique identifier as the index. Okay, and href whatever we have in this link.href, and the styling for this so let's make this as the dynamic styling. Okay, so in here first I'm just going to make this as the relative and make this as a flex row, and okay, we'll come back to this styling part. Okay, and yes, inside this we are going to show this icon, so which is this icon, and if yeah, you can see now. So these are the 3 icons that we are showcasing. Okay, so now we will try to, so based upon this active, so I just wanted to show this div. So here I'm just going to make this as absolute, and right I'm just going to assign 0 and margin right some 2. Okay, and height I'm just going to make this full and width of 1, and let's have this rounded in the left, and background I just want it to be white. So this is what I want. So once we introduce that background color, you'll understand. So if I can just do that right now. So here closing this div, other things I just wanted to wrap inside this layout component, and I'm just going to wrap this children. So now we should be, yeah, so this is the active thing, and the icons I'm not able to see that. Okay, because we need to style that. Okay, now we will do that. So in here let's just center them, and also I just want those to be visible. So let's see. Okay, at least let's just check with the hover effect. Okay, and cursor I just wanted it to be changed to pointer. However, I just wanted the background color to be white, let's say by 10. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, this is how it's looking. we will change this. Okay, fine. And this is an hour. Okay, and an hour I just want the text color also to be white. So let's just check. Yeah, so this is just okay. And so we want this background color to be applied for this whole div. So what I will do is let's do one thing. So I'm just going to wrap this inside one more div. So here, and make this as a flex and apply grow and make this direction to be column, and I'm just going to center this items and also justify. Let's have this between and a gap of, let's say, 5. Okay, and overflow I'm just going to apply auto in y direction, and background, this is where I'm just going to apply this color. Okay, and padding of 2 in all directions. I mean in x direction, and in y direction, let's say a bit more. And this, maybe I can first, let me try to wrap this inside this div. Okay, at least it's starting to look better now. Okay, and what we will do, I'm just going to wrap this also into this div. Okay, so here I just wrap this. Okay, they are at the bottom. We will change this, and this is the icon. Okay, and we are ready to style this. So I'm just going to style this. So here, what I will do, let's just complete this. So in here, and also the duration, I'm just going to specify 150, and I'm just going to apply this transition effect. And also I just want it to be full in padding of y2, and also let's have this rounded thing. Okay, and here, based upon this link dot active, I'm just going to apply this text color to be white. If not, I want this text color to be white slash 70. Now, yep, now they are looking at least quite decent. We'll worry about moving this up eventually. Okay, so this is the thing, and this is the active. Okay, so now let's just try to add here, just below this, I'm just going to add the link one more to this GitHub link like we normally do, and then the styling for this, let's just make this column. Okay, and I'm just going to center this text, just center them, and justify, I'm just going to, let's say, center as well. Okay, and in here I'm just going to use this GitHub icon. So from this or else I can do one thing. So what I'm going to do, let's just see. Okay, for now I'm just going to use some icon. Let's say I'm just going to use some pen icon from Lucid React. Okay, so let's say something I'm just going to use this, and let's see, text white. Okay, yeah, so now you can see here So we were arranging this in column direction and justify between. So first item is this, second is this div, and third is this. Now it's looking good. So here instead of this we need to add a GitHub icon, which we will add later. Okay, so that's the thing. And looks like now it's properly shaped. Okay, so just below this I'm just going to add the same thing for this icon. So what I wanted to do is, let me try this. I'm just trying out this thing again. Let's see how this is going to look. So let's wrap everything inside this div. So the same links, okay, and relative. I am just going to make this now, instead of row, the column item center. And here I just misspelled this. It is going to be the cursor pointer. So here I just doesn't want any of them. However, I'm just going to remove everything, and also the transition, duration, width, rounded corners. We are just going to have some in the y direction, some space, and text I'm just going to center. I'm just trying this, so it's nothing fancy. Okay, here so based upon this, yep. So instead of this I want in here this link dot active. Okay, and not this. I'm just going to remove this and move the icon below. So here this is what I was looking for, this link dot icon. So this is the thing I was looking for, and absolute, and here in place of this right 0 I want the top 0, and this margin top. Okay, and here instead of this height of full, I'm just going to change this to width of full. So basically this div we are trying to do it for a smaller screen. So basically if I just go here, I just wanted the bottom navigation for the small divs. That's the this div for. So in here after this icon I just wanted to show this uh, text. So let's just make this as extra small. Okay, and here I just wanted to show this label. Okay, and this, okay, fine. And now we need to style this main div. So first let's just make this to be fixed, and I just wanted it to be at the bottom. Okay, and yeah, now let's just make this to be a flex, and also I just wanted it to take the flex row. Okay, and I'm just going to give the width full so that it occupies whole width, and let's just give z index 50, and okay, and items, let's just center them. I just wanted the gap to be 6 between them, and the background, let's just apply this 6 once. Okay, and we can clearly see that. And finally the padding in both the direction, in the x direction 4, and in y direction also I just wanted to have the 4, and let's just have this shadow, a small shadow. And if it is the larger screen, I'm just going to hide it. Okay, so this is the sidebar layout. Okay, so that is a thing that the layout that I was talking about. So now if I just move this, so yeah, so it's looking good. So this is the sidebar, and now what we will do, we will focus on this the page. So I can just do one thing. So in here the page section. So we haven't if I just get in here, I'm just going to open this new div, and in here we have to write something. Okay, so in here I'm just going to create one component, kind of, let's say that we are going to create inside the components folder. For now, let's say I wanted to create, okay, fine. So inside this components folder, I'm just going to create a new component, kind of, let's say a chart window. Okay, so inside this, let's try to create, first I wanted to make this as a client side component, not the server side. And let me just create the definition for this component. So I'm just going to name this as the chart window component. Okay, and here let's just return some div so that I can just consume that, and we'll see the changes in the screen. So in here I'm just going to export this component. Let's just export this. Okay, and we will use this here in place of this hello. I'm just going to use this chart window component. Okay, and now we'll make the changes here. So first thing, based upon the messages that we have on the screen, we need to show the differences of the components that we wanted to. Let's say if messages are 0, that's when we have to show the empty chart, correct, component. And if there are messages, that's where we need to show the chart screen, where the tree of the messages has to be shown, and the chart message input and all those things. First, what are the things that we need to keep track of in inside this component is the question we need to address. We need to talk to WebSocket. So I'm going to create in here the web hook for WebSocket. So let me just create right here itself. So we all know the message payload, it's going to be of this type, which is it is should have this ID and this created at. Okay, so I'm just going to, yeah, so this is going to be of type date, and this content, which is the of type string, and then this role, whether this is a user or the assistant. And finally the sources. So if they are sources, so this is going to be document array. So this one I'll just install this LangChain here as well. So in this front-end application, so that I can import this document type here. Okay, so LangChain core documents. Okay, so this is going to be the payload type. And now let's just create an hook, kind of, I'm just going to name this as something which is going to use the WebSocket. So let's just name this as a useSocket, and here we are going to pass in the URL, so nothing but our WebSocket URL. And in here let's just maintain one state variable which is going to store WebSocket object, and the callback function which is going to update the WebSocket object. So here I'm just going to import this use state, and this can be of type this WebSocket, or it can be of type null. So initially I'm just going to set this value to null. Okay, so here let's try to handle this inside this useEffect. So here, if there is no WebSocket, I'm just going to create a new WebSocket object using this URL, and then I'm just going to open callback function. Let's just console that it's open, something like that, just if you wanted to debug. So this is how you can just add in. So I'm just adding this something like debug open. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this WebSocket into this variable. That's the thing. Okay, if that is there's no active WebSocket instance, and on destroying or on mounting, we are just going to close this, and we can just console this. I'm not going to do it anymore. So here, this is going to be called based upon this URL and WebSocket object change. Okay, so this is the useEffect which is going to help us initialize this WebSocket object that we can use. So inside this, I'm going to use this and also here we need to return this, the WebSocket, so that we can use this. Okay, so here I can just use that. So const WebSocket, I'm just going to use this use socket and pass in here this process.env dot the environment variables which we added, which is going to be this WebSocket URL. Okay, fine. So and next we need to store the chart history and also the messages, then the state, whether it's loading or not, and to just show if message appeared or not. So those are the variables that we need to keep track of, and for that we need a local stored variables. So I'm just going to create a this variables using the useState hook. First, for the chart history, so I'm just going to create here for chart history. So I'm just going to change this, the spelling mistake, this set a chart history, and this is going to be of type array. So I'm just going to specifically mention this type, this string comma string. Okay, and this is going to be array of these things. Okay, fine. And here let's just the messages, set messages. So I'm just going to, and this is going to be again array. I'm just going to set this empty array, and I'm just going to give here this is going to be of type message array, which we defined above the definition. And after this, the variable to keep track of whether it's loading or not. So here, so these are like standard variables that we keep maintaining if you are making some calls to the services. Okay, and this one is for message appeared or not. You will understand these usages while I'm referring them. Okay, so here set message appeared. So initially I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, fine. And now we need to handle sending messages and message handlers and all those things. Before even that, I just wanted to first have this part of the UI created. So here, if this messages dot length is greater than 0, so this part we will be rendering. For now I'm just leaving it as an empty fragment. If not, this we are supposed to show this empty chat component. Okay, so that I will create. Before that, I just wanted to create a function which is going to help us send a message to our WebSocket URL. Okay, so that I'm just going to create in here this function, which is this main function. Okay, and let me make this as asynchronous, and here we are going to receive the string from the user as the input for this function. If it is loading, I'm not going to do anything, so I'm just going to return, and as soon as we start triggering this, I'm just going to set this loading to true, and we are going to set message appeared to false, and let's just initialize some variables to keep track of this sources. Okay, this document or undefined, I'm just going to initialize this to be undefined, and then let received message initially to empty string, and this added you will understand this responsibilities of this variables, so added as a false. Okay, fine. So first thing, I'm just going to send this by stringifying this the type as a message. You already saw the code in the backend, so I'm not going to show just next to each other. Okay, the content is the message that we receive, we are sending to this server of type message. Okay, and here the history, I am just going to append whatever we have for this chart history, and here with this format of string and string. So the string is going to first is going to say whether it's an AI or human, and the next is the message of that respective one. So this is going to be history, and this is what we'll be sending it to the server, and accordingly I'm just going to update here our messages state variable. So whatever we had this previous messages, I'm just going to additionally add this current message that we have received. Okay, so that is just spread whatever we have this previous messages, and in here this new object, the content is going to be of the message, and id I'm just going to attach this random math.random id, so the same thing that we did in the backend. Okay, so here I'm just going to take this substring. Fine. Okay, and finally the role, so role is the user. So that's the thing, we are updating the messages array. So after updating messages, we are going to create the message handler function. So that's the that's the function which will be listening on to the events that we are sending from the backend. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this message handler, and this is going to receive the event of type message event. Okay, so in here let me just get the parse the data. So here this event dot data, and here if the data dot type is the sources that we're receiving from the backend. Okay, so I'm just going to whatever the variable that we initialized here, so I'm just going to set this to data dot data. Okay, and here if it is not added, so I'm just going to set update the messages. Okay, so here whatever the previous messages that we had, I'm just going to update that just like we did above. So let's just update this previous messages, and here this new object. So first the content, I'm just going to make this empty, and the id, this is going to have this data dot message id. Okay, and role, I'm just going to set this as assistant, and the sources, so the value that we got. So here I'm just going to update the sources. Okay, this is how we are going to update the sources into our messages array. And after this I'm just going to set this added to true, so that we don't add the sources again here. So after this, if not, I'm just going to set this message appeared to true. Okay, so fine. So that was the sources, and now for if this data dot type is the message, so this is the message that will be receiving from our WebSocket server. So again here same thing, if it is not added, so we are just going to update our messages array with the previous messages, and we are just going to add the latest messages that we receive. So here this previous messages and here the content. So the content, it's going to be this data dot, so content, it's going to be this data dot data, okay, and id, it is going to be this data dot message id, and the role, it is going to be the assistant, and sources, I'm just going to attach this sources value, okay. So that is how, if it is a message, we're updating with the content and all those things. And same way like we did above, so I'm just going to set this to add it to true. And after this what we need to do is we need to keep updating the concatenating the data. So that is, if, because we'll be receiving in the chunks, right, if the data is of type message, so that we are going to handle here. So here I'm just going to iterate through this previous message, so whatever we had it, and here let's compare first, make sure that we are trying to concatenate the right one. So that is, I'm just going to measure with this message id, okay, and I'm just going to whatever the message that we had, I'm just going to keep the other properties as it is, and the content I'm just going to update with the concatenating the current data that we have received, okay. So this is message dot content plus this data dot data, okay, and I'm just going to return here the message. So this is how we'll be updating the streaming content that will be receiving in chunk or to particular message, okay. So fine, so after this, what I'll have to do is we need to set the received message as this data. We are going to concatenate this data dot data and set this that message received as message appeared as true, okay. So that is a thing. And finally, if the data dot type is the last chunk in our message, that is the message end, we need to update our chart history. So here I'm just going to update the chart history. So whatever we had in this previous history, I'm just going to take that, and I'm just going to update to this, okay. So what we need to add is this human was the message that he sent, and the assistant, what is the reply that it gave. So it will be stored in this received message. That is why you might have understood now why did we create this received message, okay. So here this one, to concatenate all the chunks and then finally update our chart history, that was why. And this one to just add at the beginning, and later we were just updating the chunks of it, okay, to initially, okay. So that's the reason, and now we added this. And after this, what we need to do, we need to remove the event listener on this message thing, okay. And here I'm just going to pass in this message handler, and also we have to set this loading to false. So these are the things that we need to do. And finally here we need to set the event listener to this message, okay. So here I'm just going to, yep. So basically to again walk you through the this function. So this function will be passing on whenever the user is entering the query that he wants to, that will be receiving, and then we will send this message to the server via this WebSocket. And once we send that, we are going to update the messages list with that message that we received. And with this function, so if you just see, we are adding an event listener on this message with this function, and then once we receive something, and the type is of sources, and that's how we keep updating particular messages, and also the chart history and those things. Okay, and once we have received the last chunk from the message, we are removing this event listener on this message event from the server, and we are changing the loading to false. So to just take you to that, so if you remember in this WebSocket and in this connection manager, we once we so here we so here this WebSocket server on we started connecting to the WebSocket server, and then we passed on this WebSocket to the handle connection. So handle connection was in this web connection manager, and this started listening on to this message event, and once it receives message, it passes on to this message. So same way here in this client side, so it will send since the server is listening on the message event, so we are sending that to the message event. Okay, and that will be received, and then we will be listening on this message, which that will emit back to us these things, which we are going to take it and accordingly update our messages and the chart history. Okay, fine. So that was how we did handle, and this is for okay. So now we will focus on one component at a time. So first thing, the main function that we wanted to write is done. So let's say we don't have any messages, and that's when we need to show the empty chart. So for showcasing empty chart, okay, I'm just going to create a new component here in this component folders. So I'm just going to name this as the empty chart dot tsx. Okay, and here let's just make this, and we are going to receive here the function to send the message. So I'm just going to give the definition for that. So this is going to be a callback function, which is going to take the string as the input, and this is going to be callback function, and I'm just going to destructure the same, the send message. Okay, and here, okay, fine, and here I'm just going to inside this. So for now, let me just return the this div, empty div, and I'm just going to export this, and we will place that inside the chart window component, and then we'll come back here to edit this. Okay, so here I can just go to the chart window, or instead of now this empty fragment, all I can do is pass on this empty chart component, and we need to pass on this send message function. Okay, so this is the thing. So now let's just I'm just going to change, yeah, let's just make this big. Okay, fine. And now here in this empty chart, let me just minimize this part as well. So inside this div, I'm just going to add in this header. So let's say something like this research begins here. Okay, now we are not seeing that because the text color and all those things needs to be changed. Okay, so let's just change this. So I'm just going to change this to white color. Okay, you can see now this is here. Okay, and I'm just going to make this text size little bigger. Okay, and the font type, let's just make this to medium, and let's add some margin, negative margin at the top. Okay, so it's just moving up. So if I just style this, you will see that. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this flex, and direction as a column, and let's just center this item centered. Okay, and again I'm just going to justify center. Okay, and I'm just going to give here this minimum height as the whole screen height. Okay, so that now it is sitting in the center. Okay, and Now the maximum width, I'm just going to give in here the screen of this, and margin X of auto, so that it always lies at the center. And let's have padding of 2 in all the directions, and the space of in the y direction 8. So this is the small header text, and here I need to create the chart input just below this. So that also I have to create a separate component, so I'm just going to create a new component for that, kind of something like empty chart message input component and something like that. Let's create that empty chat message input component. So I'm just going to create that. So here empty chat message input as the component. Okay, so here, okay, I need to rename this because it is has to be tsx component. Okay, so here for this we need to have the okay, so let me just create this, name this component as I'm just going to maximize this. Okay, so here let me name this as empty chart message input, and this is going to receive the send message as the callback function, so which we saw. So this is going to receive the message as the input, and this is the callback function. So I'm just going to destructure the same here. Okay, and here we can just, so in here the state variable to keep track of the message that user is entering, and also the toggling of these copilot enabled or not. So that's again placeholder, we are not doing much into that functionality. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this message. So set message, let's just initialize this to be empty string, and then the copilot enabled. Okay, so here I'm just going to set here this copilot enabled. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this to false by default. So these are the two state variables that we need. And now let's focus on our UI component. So I'm just going to, for now, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to export this first, and this is going to be empty chart message input, and let's go to this empty chart, and we just need to import this component and refer that here. Okay, so here this empty message chart input, and all we need to do is send this send message function, and now we will keep seeing the changes as we make here. Okay, so now in this form we need to take the input from the user. Okay, so we'll come back to the styling of this form later. So here is the div. So for taking the input from the user, I'm just going to use this React text area auto size library, so you can just refer that. Okay, so this is what I'm referring to, React this one. So you can just, yeah, this is what I was referring to, you can just install that. It is again properly documented, you can just check that. So I'm just going to install that dependency. Okay, so let's just import that. Okay, so I'm just navigating back to this our UI. So here I can just import this text area auto size, so this has to be small s from this React text area auto size. Okay, fine, and now inside this I can use that component. So here I'm just going to use this text area auto size, and for this we need to pass on this value. So this is the variable, and on change I'm just going to update the value into this message variable, this e dot target dot value, and minimum rows I'm just going to set it to 2. Okay, and styling we will do this eventually. Okay, so this is the placeholder. So you can see I can just type in something, so we will style this thing. And placeholder, I'll come back to styling eventually. And placeholder, I'm just going to say here it has ask anything. Okay, so this yeah, this that is a placeholder. And below this text area auto size, we will create a div where we'll have the focus and the attach things. So here I'm just going to make this. Okay, so first let's add those things. Okay, so even inside this focus icon, okay, and then the attach. So I'm just going to have this these are going to be the actions. Okay, so this not we need to again create like taking the selection from the user, like should we focus on particular agent, like I already told you. So that I will create this eventually. So for now I'm just going to keep this as a placeholders, even this. So let's style this area size. Okay, so here I can just make this background as transparent. So yep, and also the placeholder, I just wanted to make this text as the white color. So yeah, and now okay, text size, let's just make this to be small, and text color I want it to be white. Okay, so if I just enter here, the text color is white. Okay, so let me just maximize this. Okay, the text color needs to be white, and the resize I just want none. Okay, and the focus I just want outline to be none again, and width let's apply full, and max height I'm setting it to 24. Okay, and if it's a larger screen, I'm just setting this max height to 36, and if it's extra large, I'm just setting the max height to 48. Okay, so this is the styling for this text area auto size. So if I just yeah, okay, so I will come back to this. Okay, so let's style this div as well, so that it looks at least better. So let's just make this to be a flex and a direction as a column. Okay, and the background I just wanted it to be the 6 months color. Okay, so this is the background that I want. Okay, so let's yeah, see that. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this padding x a of 5 in all directions, and at the top let's say of 5. Okay, you can see that, and also at the bottom I'm just going to apply 2, and let's have this rounded large corners. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this width full. Okay, and I'm just going to add this a border, and let's add this a border color. Okay, so this one I'm just going to apply this color. Okay, for this border. Yeah, so this is the thing. Okay, it might be looking small, but I'll change this eventually. Okay, so yeah, so that's the styling for that, at least now. And we will focus on adding this focus and attach components, and after this we need to have this copilot toggle and also the arrow to send this the message and all, so which I will add that now. The components, so what I'll do is I'm just going to create a folder inside this component. So okay, and I can just create a new, or else let's do one thing. So I'm just going to create in here the new file called message input actions. So that is what actions the user can perform in our message input component, something like that. So here input actions dot tsx, and in here I will try to have those things. Okay, so first thing, the component for attach. Okay, so here these are all placeholders now, because the main thing that we wanted to focus on the chat sections and all. So these are just the placeholders. Again, I'm stressing on this. Okay, so here I'm just going to be rendering just the button with some styling on this. Okay, so in this I can just do something like, copy plus icon, and styling for this button, let's say let's do one thing. So first let's add this, and then I'll come back to the styling, and next is the focus. So in here, for the focus, again, this is, again, it's going to be the button. I can just have this icon, like let's say scan icon from this Lucid React. Okay, so this I will try to use this, and we'll come back here to style this for this empty chat. And inside this I wanted to use this focus and the attach. So I can just do this. So now, so I need to, did I export that? Okay, I have. So I need to remove this. Yeah, this one, focus, and then the attach. Okay, so this we should be able to see that. So these are there are two things here we are not able to see. Let me style this. So for this, what I'm going to do, let's just make this as a flex and a flex row, and I'm just going to center the items. Okay, and justify, let's just make them as a between, so that yeah, and let's do one thing I'm not going to do here. Let's just add some space between. Yeah, now the space is adjusted, and let's have some negative margin x. Okay, and for this main div I'm just going to style this now. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this flex row. Okay, and I'm just going to center the items, and I'm just going to apply this justify between. Okay, and I'm just going to have some margin at the top, and for this we need to style so once I add one more icon, you'll understand this. So post this div, I need to add here one more div, so where we will add this copilot toggle button. So I'm just going back to this message input actions component, and that's where I'm just going to complete the other component as well. And also, as I said, we need to style this. So let me just style this, so that I'm just adding padding 2 and the text color as white. So you should see, yeah, so for attach. Okay, and rounded, I'm just going to add in this excel corners. Okay, and on hover I'm just going to apply this background color change. Okay, so let's say this one. So if I just hover this, okay, that's what I was talking about. Okay, and now let's add this transition. Okay, and duration of I'm just going to apply this duration of, let's say, 200. Okay, and then hover, I just want the text color to be white, so I'm just going to apply that. So let's just see that. Okay, so you can see, oh yeah, this is what I can do. Same the styling to the other icon as well. So I'm just going to copy this and apply the same. Okay, yeah, so now it's looking good. So let's just complete the remaining components. So here I wanted to complete this component copilot toggle. So here the props that we'll be expecting for this component is the copilot enabled or not. So basically the variable and the callback function to update that variable. Okay, so copilot enabled, so this is going to be of type boolean, and then the set copilot enabled, so this is going to be callback function which is going to update this above variable. Okay, so I can just destructure that copilot so here copilot enabled. Okay, and I can just get this set copilot enabled. Okay, so these are the values that I'm just destructuring, and here I'm just going to return this under this div. So let's just add this in here. So copilot toggle. Okay, so I'm just going to have to pass this copilot enabled, and here this set copilot enabled callback function. Okay, so now I'm just going to edit this component for that. So in here we will use the switch component from the shardcn, so I can just do that. Okay, so let me quickly go to the shardcn. So I'm just going to install this. So yeah, yeah, so this is the way that we need to install this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and just install this. So I'm just going to choose the default options suggested by it, and then we'll add the switch, and then we'll use that. Okay, it's just loading, installing the dependencies, and once it is done, we will just add the switch component and then use that inside our copilot toggle component. So it is installed, so we need to search for switch component. Okay, so this is the component that we wanted to add. So all we have to do is just copy this command and add to our components folder. Okay, so this will create, I mean, let's just, yep, so this will just add the switch component under the components folder. It will create UI folder inside that, and we'll add the switch component. Okay, so once this is added, I'm just going to use this. it's a bit slow. I don't know, I maybe because of a lot of things running on my system. I need to just restart these things. Yeah, it's taking more time than expected. Yep, it's installing. You can see it has created the UI folder and a switch component inside that, and it's installing the switch component. Yeah, it's done. So you can see that it is done. So this is the switch component. So all I can do is, go here, import the switch component and use it. I'm just going to import that now. Inside this div we will use that switch component. Okay, so here, yeah, this is the switch component, and I'm going to for checked, I'm going to provide this copilot enabled value. I'll on change this set copilot enabled. Okay, and styling we will just change that, and um, there is a typing issue, so okay, so inside this for span SR only, so I'm just going to give in here the text as copilot, and below this, so let me just change this to, yeah, here this is the thing, and there is an issue with this on change. So for that, what I'm going to do is so let's just refer that. The switch component, correct? So okay, this is on check to change, so I'm just going to change this. Okay, fine. Yeah, now we're able to do this, and that is the thing. Now we need to style this. So for styling, first I just wanted to style this main div. So this one, let's make this as a group and display as a flex, and direction as the row. Items, let's just center them, and let's have the space of one in x direction, and active I just wanted to apply scaling effect, let's say 95, and duration that's of 200, and this transition I just wanted to apply transition, and this cursor to be pointer. So yeah, cursor is pointer and all those things. Okay, now coming down to the switch, let's have this background color. So I'm just going to apply this background color, and let's have this border. Okay, border color, I'm just going to have this color. Okay, yep, and now let's just make this as a relative, and I just wanted to make this as an inline flex, and height of 5, width of 10. Okay, yep, and if it's a small screen, height of 6, and width to be 11. And let's just center the items, and I just wanted rounded to be full. Okay, yep. So that's the styling for this switch. And in here I'm just going to add in one more span. The styling for this, let's just make this depending upon Copilot enabled. So if Copilot enabled, I'm just going to have this translate in the x direction to 6, and the background of this color to 4A0ED. Okay, this blue color. Okay, else we will have this translate in the x direction 1, and background of white color by 50. Okay, and display, I'm just going to have this inline block, height of 3, width of 3. Okay, and if it's a small screen, I'm just going to have height of 4, and the same for width as well. Let's apply this transform thing, and rounded, I'm just going to apply full, and transition all. Okay, and the duration, I'm just going to set it to 200. Okay, so that's the thing. So now let's just check. Okay, fine. Okay, at least it's decent enough. And now we are done with the switch, and below this I just wanted to have the text. So right after this, let's have this p tag, and the text, it's going to say it as Copilot. Okay, here, and we need to style this. On click, I am just going to set Copilot enabled. I'm just going to toggle this. Okay, and now the styling. So for styling, we have to be dynamic. So text, I'm just going to make this as extra small. Okay, and the font type, let's make this as a medium, and I'm just going to have this transition colors, and duration, let's just say 150, and I'm just going to have the season out effect. And now the color of that, so if Copilot enabled, then I'm just going to have this color, which is the 24A0ED. Okay, and if not, I'm just going to have this text white color of 50. Okay, and group hover, I'm just going to have the text color as white. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you can see here, this is the one group. Okay, so if I'm hovering, it's a thing, and if it's enabled, this is the thing. Okay, so so that's the thing. So this is the Copilot toggle component. And now here in this empty chat message, we need to style this div. So this one, so what I can do is I'm just going to make this as a flex and a row, and let's just center them, and I'm just going to have this space of 4 in x direction, and in the okay, so just below this I'll have to have this button. That's the reason I'm making this as a flex. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this arrow right icon, and here let's just give here background color. The size, I'm just going to set it to 17. Okay, so we need to style this button now. So this will be disabled if the message value is 0. Okay, and now the styling part. Okay, so let's have this background the same thing to for a0 ed blue color. Okay, and text I want it to be white, and if it is disabled, text color, let's say 50, and an hour I'm just going to add in this background opacity of, let's say 85, and let's have this transition, and for the duration of 100, and disabled I'm just going to have this background color which is EC21. Okay, fine, and let's have this rounded circle. So I'm just going to make this and padding of 2. Okay, so that is the thing. I don't know why there is an issue with this arrows. Yeah, we will change the styling and all. So, but for now, these icons, there are issues, something I don't know. We'll just check that. So this is too narrow, so what I will do is I'm just going to apply width full on this whole form, so that we'll have some space. Yeah, at least now it's looking good. And also this icon, I don't know, I'm just going to remove this for now. We will check that. Okay, at least now it's looking good. Okay, so that's the form, and now here on this form we need to add in this on submit and on key down callback, so that we'll be sending on to the text present in this input area to the server. Okay, so here what we need to do is we need to pass on this message to the send message callback function, and I need to set this message to empty string. So these are the things needs to be done. The same thing needs to be done on pressing enter. So here we need to look for the key. If key is equals to this enter, and if e dot shift keys and pressed. Okay, and we are just going to prevent this default event, and I'm just going to send this message, and we are going to set this message back to empty. Okay, so this is the empty chat message input component. So it looks good, decent to me now. So now let's go back to this chart window. So this component is ready. So now the remaining thing is this part. So if the messages that are greater than I mean, if we have some messages, so then we need to have this components, chart component. So that I'm going to create let's do one thing. So what I'm going to do is fine, let me create in here this component. Inside this component folder, I'm just going to create in here this chat.tsx and make this as a client side component. Okay, and let's just create this chart component, and for this we need to pass a lot of props for this, and I'm just going to send the messages. So this is going to be the message array. Okay, so this we can just import from the chart window. Okay, so that is this message, and then the callback function to send the message. Okay, so this message is going to be the string. Okay, so I'm just going to, and then the loading boolean variable, and just to whether message appeared or not. So again this is going to be boolean variable, and then the rewrite callback function. rewrite again. Here I'm just have to pass in the message id, so this is going to be the callback function again. Okay, so here let me just destructure. Okay, so first let me get rid of this error. So now I can just loading this messages. Okay, this send message appeared and then rewrite. Okay, fine. So that's the props that will be passing on to this chat component, and the state variable that we need here is to maintain the divider width and also the references for our message, and whether this is the end of our message or not, so that we need to scroll to the bottom of that, correct? And also the divider reference. Okay, so that I'm just going to create this, so you will understand the need of these things as well, like you just saw in the previous components. Okay, so this divider width, I'm just going to store this divider width in this variable. So let me just have this initially 0 and two reference elements, for one for the divider. So we will use this useRef hook from this React. Okay, so for this after type HTML div elements or null, so I'm just going to initialize this to null initially, and another for message in. Okay, so this one, so this is also, it's going to be the same thing. So I can just fine. So these are the things needed for me. So as soon as we mount this component, so I'm just going to add in a event listener to resize things. So here let me just name this as update divider width. Okay, so here if we have this divider reference, I'm just going to set this divider ref to scroll width. So this is the value that I'll be setting. Okay, so here I'm just going to call this function, and I'm just going to add an event listener to this resize and pass in this update divider width, and on cleanup we are just going to remove the event listener to this resize. Okay, so in here I'm just going to remove event listener to this resize, and I'm just going to pass this update divider width. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and if the messages are changing, so we need to update this message and references. So that's this useEffect for. So in here the message, and I'm just going to check this. I scroll into view, so here I'm just going to apply this behavior smooth. If this messages length is equals to 1, then I'm just going to set the title to this messages of zeros dot content to this substring of, let's say, 30, and I'm just going to say here future search. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to change this based upon this messages. Okay, so these are the two just regular use effects to keep listening onto the resize callback event listeners, and then the referenced just scrolling into the last message. Okay, and I'm just going to focus on this div part. Okay, so let's just do one thing. I'm just going to export this component. Okay, so this one, let's just go to this chart window, and in here I'm just going to import this component. So that is the chart component which we just created. Inside this, I'm just going to import this chart component, and we need to pass on these variables, the loading. Okay, and here we need to pass the messages, then the send message function, and the message appeared. So I'm just going to send those values to this component, and then the rewrite thing. So here rewrite I have not written, so let's just complete that function. It's going to be simple. So rewrite is basically once we received the response from the server, we wanted to get the different response from that by calling it again and by passing the that query to the server. So that's the functionality of that. So that I'm just going to handle in this function. So this is going to be simple. So here we are going to get the message id to which the user wanted to rewrite the response from the server. So and with that I'm just going to find that index. So using this the id that we are receiving as a prop params for this function. So message.id is equals to this message id. So once we find that index, so first we check the edge cases. So if this index that we are finding is not found, so then I'm just going to return from here, or else I'm just going to get this message object. So this messages of this index -1. Okay, so I'm just going to update this message. Okay, so that is, so here we are going to slice. So this is how, so previous dot slice till that, so messages dot length greater than 2. So I'm just going to slice till here, else I'm just going to do this. Okay, so I'm just going to slice that, and then chart history, I'm just going to update this chart history as well. So here I'm just going to do the same. So even if the messages dot length is greater than 2, then we will slice till here, and or else this 0. Okay, and finally I'm just going to send this message content to our server. Okay, so that is the thing. So I'm just going to pass on this rewriter to this. Okay, so here this component needs to be completed. So going to this chart div, we need to first iterate through the messages list, and then based on that we need to display the message content, and based upon the, is it the assistant message or the user's message, and that's the differentiation that we need to show, and also the component to take the message input from the user. Those components needs to be built, so we will build one by one now. So let's get started with this div styling. So I'm not going to show this, it will be very quick. Once these components are done, we will just test it straight away. Okay, so this one, first let's make this div as a flex and a direction to be column, and we just want the space in the y direction to be 6, and the padding at the top 8. Okay, and at the bottom I just want it to be more, so I'm just giving 44, and if it's a larger screen I'm just going to change the padding at the bottom to 32, and if it's a smaller screen, some, let's say margin x4. Medium, let's just more margin in the x direction. Okay, so here first I'm just going to iterate through this list, and first to get the message, along with that the index. Okay, so here I just wanted to check if this is the last one. So that is, if this index is equals to this message dot length -1. So, and I'm just going to return this thing. So in here we need to have a kind of a box for our message. So it's better rather than writing that component code in here, let's separate that. So I'm just going to create a new component for message box. So I'm just going to create in this component the new component for that. So something, I'm just naming this as a message box dot tsx. Okay, so in here let's just quickly create this message box. So in this component we are going to send in a lot of props for this. So let me just define them. One is the message, so this is going to be of type message from the chat window, and then the message index. So here this is going to be of type number, and then the history, so chat history, I'm just going to send the chat history for this. This is going to be message array type, and loading boolean value. Okay, and this is a divider reference, so this is going to be this mutable ref object of type div element. Okay, or it can be null, so I'm just specifying that, and whether this is the last or not. So again here I'm just going to view this, then the rewrite callback function. So this is going to need the message id, and this is the callback function. Okay, so let's just quickly destructure them. Message index, the history, then loading, and this divider reference is last, then the rewrite. Okay, so those are the props that will be sending to this message box, and in here I just wanted to store the past message. So I'm just going to maintain one local state variable for us past message. So here let's just maintain this. This is going to be nothing but the content of this message object. Okay, and in here first thing I just wanted to quickly focus on this UI part. So here, based upon this role of the user, we need to display the content in this message box. So here, if this message dot role is a user, I'm just going to render this part of the UI. So here, this, let me just quickly style this. So let's just give it full. Okay, and if this message index is 0, okay, so I'm just going to have this padding at the top. If not, I'm just going to have this padding top of 8. Okay, fine, and in here I'm just going to have an header which says kind of the content that the user has sent. Okay, nothing but the query that user has asked. So in here I'm just going to make this text color as white. Font type, let's just make this to be medium, and the text size I'm just wanted to be 3 times extra large.